my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to BowlTV. We are here for the final day of the Summer Classic Series on the PWBA Tour in 2021. The final match play round from the BowlTV Classic about ready to get underway. Folks, my name is Aaron Smith with BowlTV, and we are unbelievably excited to bring this action to you. 8 games remained of round-robin match play, including the all-important position round coming up in a couple of hours to determine our top 5 for tonight's Step Ladder Finals, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on BowlTV. We're going to go ahead and get out to the lanes here, and then we'll bring in the rest of the BowlTV crew as we get underway here. Our tournament leader is 17-year-old standout, Junior Team USA member, Jillian Martin. She leads by 3 pins, took it over in the last game last night over Diana Zavyalova, the 4-time PWBA Tour champion. Sitting in third place, Verity Crawley, who won a little bit earlier this year in Nashville and has made both shows so far at the Summer Classic Series, a 4th place finish at the Go Bowling Classic and a runner-up finish as the top seed at the IBC Classic. Sitting in 4th place, looking to make her 2nd show here at the Summer Classic Series, Jordan Richard. And sitting in 5th, also looking to make her 2nd show, Brianna Cote. Players outside looking in right now, Valerie Bercier, Daria Payuk, Saki Mukutani, Sydney Brummett, and Ashley Rucker are rounding out the top 10. And with bonus pins, 8 games left to go, a lot can happen. But right now we're going to bring in the team as we get underway here. Our first look at Jillian Martin over there on lane 6 at the ITRC. Let's welcome in Matt Cannizzaro, who had the opportunity to chat with Jillian last night. Matt, how you doing, big guy?
Aaron Smith, here we are. Final 8 games. This is where it gets exciting, right? This is where you get amped up and do your thing and crunch numbers and say, let's go so loud and all day long. And looking forward to it. And, of course, the exciting conclusion, the step ladder tonight. Some great hosts for that show as well. Can't wait to see who those 5 players are going to be.
It's certainly a good reason to get amped, Matt. This 41-foot condition offered a lot of challenges, especially toward the end of the block. The players were super far left, trying to manage their angles through the front, find a way to carry. A few players are able to do that. A few players faltered at the end, which made the standings even tighter. But right now, I know as excited as I am, I know the most excited man, not only in the ITRC, but potentially all of East Texas, is Curtis Von Kruger. So let's bring him in.
Are you ready to rumble? Because I am. Because Aaron Smith, I don't know if you know this, but in after a mere 7 games, we have something happening that I can't help but just get absolutely utterly hyped about. Do you know what that thing is?
It's a position round.
It is a position round. And it just induces such nostalgia and such excitement in me. I can't help but be uncontrollably excited about the prospect of a position round. And I look at these standings, and while 200 pins seems like a lot, and you know what? You don't ever want to be on the south side of 200 out of the show. But if you think about it from a mathematical standpoint, if you win all of your matches, you just win all of your matches, you're taking home 240 sticks. If I do my math correct, that is correct. Mm-hmm. So if you can manage to win your matches and bowl some good, and obviously you'll be bowling some good games in the process, you can make the show today. And then so that means I look down here at the list, and Kelly Kulik, she would have to make a run of all runs, but she's 231 sticks out. Dasha Kovalova, 208 out. But then you look up Liz Johnson, 155 out, and I will tell you this, that 155 can evaporate in a single game for the most part. So while it seems like there could be a cliff here or a cliff there from the standings perspective, and it is a traffic jam from 12 up, those ladies have a really good shot at absolutely making a run for the show. And we will see lead changes, we will see the basically a different amalgamation of the top 5 before it is all said and done. It's like we're dropping it in a cup, rolling it out on the table, and seeing what you get. You mentioned it earlier, and it is going to be about how you navigate this transition. You saw players bringing loft into play. I was very impressed with Jillian Martin yesterday. You saw game 7 and 8. She started really kind of lofting and getting around it a lot, trying to get it through the heads. Game 7 and 8. And there are not a lot of 17-year-olds who are like, oh, yeah, I guess I'm just going to put a little loft on it and get around it and change my release up in game 7 of a national tour title. But Jillian Martin did it, and she is showing her versatility. And it's very impressive to see her come out of the gates, be 621 over, and be in contention for this title. So really excited to see how that plays off. Obviously, Verity Crawley is a huge storyline, as you mentioned before. She's really everything's clicking in her game. Her mental game is as strong as it's ever been. But a player that I really anticipate to have a really good edge here, Jordan Richard. I said it at the beginning of this tournament. I liked Jordan Richard in this particular event because of the way she can throw the ball. She can throw it hard. She can move left. She can get it through the heads. And if she can be in the pocket, she's going to strike with the best of them. So I really look for Jordan Richard to have a very strong start today and be in that final cut when it's all said and done.
All right, folks, the best way to travel along and follow the numbers as we break them down throughout the course of the day is, of course, joining us here on BowlTV. We have every pair in play. You can watch every single shot for the rest of the day on BowlTV.com. You can follow your favorite athletes as they navigate this 41-foot condition across the ITRC. For right now, we're going to go full screen so you guys can enjoy these matchups, but myself, Matt, and Kurtz are going to be hanging out all day long to bring you the action. Our matches here on lanes 5 through 8, our current featured pair. Lauren Pate taking on Jillian Martin. Valerie Bercier, who's right in the mix as well, taking on Brianna Cote. So, Curtis, you talked about position round matches. That's the 5-6 match right now happening already. And then over on 7 and 8, we got Rocio Restrepo taking on Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Misaki Mukutani, who's currently in 8th place, taking on Diana Zavyalova, who's in 2nd. So some primetime matches to kick things off. Of course, you can follow along on live scoring as well, available at PWBA.com.
Another good match over here. Jordan Richard and Sydney Brummett squaring off right here in front of me on 11 and 12. And then a couple of no-namers bowling each other. I guess Liz Johnson and Kelly Kulik. I don't know if that's a bout of the heavyweights or not. Pretty much between them, they've done everything there is to possibly do within their own sport and a little bit of what's been possible to do in other sports. So Liz Johnson, Kelly Kulik taking on each other right now. Both of them looking to have a good momentum, try to get something going here early. It's difficult for a player like Liz, especially when it gets in late, but it really just shows her versatility and her ability to change things up. She's obviously a player that wants to play straighter. She likes to have her angles in front of her. She likes to be able to play up the boards, and it can be difficult at times for her to kind of open. I say difficult in terms of relative terms of Liz Johnson difficult because she can do everything. But it is not her A game to open up her angles and put a little pepper on the ball and try to get away from the pocket. But what she is good at, and what I expect to see from her, is loft. She can get a little loft on the ball and get it moving through the head. So look for her to kind of put that into play today. And again, she's not very far out of the cut. So if you want to check those matches out, that is on lanes 11 and 12. But as you said earlier, Aaron, there are heavyweight matches across the house, and there will be all day.
That is the excellent part about this 24-player field. All players qualified based off of 18 game totals, 9 from the Go Bowling Classic and 9 from the International Bowling Campus Classic. So from 56 players to kick off the Summer Classic Series down to the top 24 based off of qualifying totals from those events. And another storyline where we're going to be tracking throughout the course of the day with some of the way some of the things have played out here at the Summer Classic, with a few players missing the cut, a few amazing performances, specifically from Verity Crawley. The PWBA Player of the Year race is very much alive, very much exciting, and very much could have a new person at the top of it when it's all said and done today. Entering competition at this moment, based off of their current spot in the standings, Julia Bond still is holding on to the top spot, but it's only by 2,000, about 2,400 points ahead of Verity Crawley, who entered this event in 6th place, but on the strength of her 4th and 2nd place finish so far, and currently sitting in 3rd place to enter competition today. If she held on to that 3rd place spot and Julia stayed where she was at in the standings, which is a little bit farther back, so for Julia, an opportunity to make up some ground. She's starting the day in 20th. A big mix-up in this race heading into the final quarter of the season, essentially. Verity has been arguably the top player on tour since she made her debut at the Twin Cities Open, has won title, has made 5 shows now, which leads or is tied for the lead on the season with Dasha Kovalova, who currently would be in 3rd, Shannon O'Keefe and Missy Parkin, who missed the cut here at the BowlTV Classic, would currently sit in 4th and 5th based off of where everybody's sitting in the standings right now. So there's a lot to determine with that. We're going to keep an eye on it. We'll chart that throughout the course of the day. And, of course, looking at the stepladder finals tonight, especially if, we do have Verity in there, we'll be updating that game to game just to kind of let you know how that's sitting. There's a scenario where Verity Crawley could be the leader in the season-long PWBA Player of the Year race by the time we're said and done tonight.
I had an opportunity to talk to Verity last night, and that conversation will be released here in a little while. Had an opportunity to talk to her a little bit about her performance, her win, obviously, in Tennessee. Had a little bit of time to talk to her about her performance so far this season and some of the challenges that she faces being an international player, especially through kind of, COVID and all of these. And I hate saying that word on air. It doesn't make me happy, but she's had to overcome a lot more than some of the other players who've had the virtue of kind of being stateside the entire time. But she has made, has come out smelling like roses, if you will. Ha ha ha. And so that conversation will be released. Just a delightful individual to speak to, and I appreciate her candor and her approach to this season. And it has been an amazing ride so far for her, and I just look for her to continue on that momentum and continue on that track. And she talked with me about it and said that she doesn't really think about the points and the numbers and the players of the year race and anything like that. But obviously, it is a dream and a goal of hers. It's one of those long-term things that you have in your mind from a 30,000 foot perspective, but in the day-to-day, it's not something you put a lot of energy into, because that can only put a little extra pressure on you. And really, as these players are performing, they're looking to take pressure off of themselves through their mental strength and their toughness and other strategies as well. So, Verity's just focusing on executing her shot, executing her game plan, and wherever the chips fall from there, hey, that's where they fall. So Jordan Richard off to a nice start, front 4, 7 spare in the 5th, and then followed up with a strike in the 6th frame. So she's getting off with a little bit of a hot hand here against Sydney Brummett, who had an open in the 2nd frame, followed by 3 strikes. So that one can tighten up if Jordan doesn't keep striking and Sydney does. So I'll keep you updated on that radio call. Looks like Kelly Kulik kind of just spare strike, kind of going for that Dutch 200 pace right now. And Liz Johnson open in the 4th frame, converted a split in the 5th frame, but she can potentially have 86 in the 5th.
Folks, as we settle in here, about halfway point of game 1, just a friendly reminder and hello to everybody watching here. If you're watching on BowlTV.com, see a lot of familiar faces already in the chat. So good afternoon to all you good folks. We appreciate you swinging by as always. And we know you're looking forward to the rest of this round and the stepladder finals tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. We also have an audience right now on Facebook and YouTube. So hello to you folks. And Bree did just about everything you need to do there, except somehow nothing hit the 4-pin. So she has her first open against Valerie. For the folks watching on Facebook and YouTube, we will be here for game 1, and then we will be sending the broadcast exclusively BowlTV.com. So we hope to see you over there over the course of the rest of today. As we look ahead, obviously, we got 7 games left to go here in the stepladder finals tonight. And, the best way to check out Bowl TV, just head on over, BowlTV.com. And you'll have a few options when you head to the site for the first time. You'll have to create a login, but a few subscription points to come in at. If you just want to watch the competition for today, it's going to be $8.95 for the live coverage throughout the course of this Tuesday through the stepladder finals. Get you all the access to watch live on the ITRC today. If you want to check out a monthly recurring subscription, that's going to be $9.95, so $1 more there. With the recurring subscription, though, you get a little more access on the site. You actually get full access on the site. So you can go back, watch archived events if you wanted to. If you missed some of the Summer Classic Series, you want to check it out, you can watch all that. And of course, other USBC short duration events available as well. Junior Gold, ITC, ISC, all available on there from earlier this year. Masters, US Open, a lot of great stuff available to check out, as well as our on-demand content. So a monthly recurring subscription will get you that for $9.95, or an annual recurring subscription will also get you that. That's going to be $79.95. Transaction fees do apply for all 3 as a heads up. And, if you're looking long-term at Bowl TV, you want to check it out or experience the community. The community is probably one of the coolest parts. It's one of the things we look forward to the most. A lot of great interaction in the chat. A lot of folks going back and forth, talking about bowling, talking about, maybe not everything bowling. So it's a good mix. It makes the time fly by as we're watching the top athletes on the PWBA tour compete week in and week out. So a big shout out to the Bowl TV community. And on top of that, we have giveaways as well. So we've been giving stuff out during every round here, and we'll have something come up a little bit later in the block. And tonight during the stepladder finals, we're going to be giving away 3 bowling balls, brand new. 3 bowling balls from our gold industry partners, Brunswick, Rotogrip, and Storm. So the only way you can make yourself eligible to win a bowling ball tonight is by being part of the Bowl TV community, watching the stepladder finals live tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 local time. If you are in the area, the DFW area, you can go check it out. $5 gets you in the door. That's for match play and the stepladder finals. And all proceeds going to the International Bowling Museum and Hall of Fame, which is right here on the campus.
Well, Aaron Smith, I had the opportunity to be in the ITRC last night as things wound down. And I will say, just first thing, never for a minute doubt the appreciation these players have for the opportunity to compete on the PWBA tour and have these events and these great formats and all the locations and host cities and prize money and all that good stuff. So first things first, but that was at the end of 16 games of match play and about 13 hours of competition. And I'll be honest, they looked beat. They were. I mean, we know based on the transition of the old pattern and how far they had migrated, and there was a lot of mental toughness and mental challenges and things happening as well. As you said, they're pretty far left, sliding in the left gutter, lofting it. I saw some pretty, there's some weak equipment out there. There was a little bit of everything to try to figure out the best way, the best plan of attack after being at it for that long. So, but there was one player who was not that, and it was Jillian Martin at 17 years old. She looked like it was, game one, and she was ready to go. She finished with 240, which was big for her. As she said, she had struggled at points during the day, and especially late in the block, early in the day. So to be able to finish that off and get to the lead by just 3 sticks over Diana, she probably could have bowled another 8 games if she wanted to. And that's of course part of being youthful, right? And she had the energy and to the point where she was hard to keep up with at the end of the night, trying to do all the things she needed to do to get ready for today. There's players going to drill balls on the truck, so Cecil and the crew and everybody just still ball reps and they're talking about equipment and game plans and strategies and getting equipment ready and changing surfaces and going out to the truck for some extra firepower for today. Even though it's only 8 games, it's a very important 8 games, and they have to learn from the things that happened yesterday. And hopefully they all got to go and get some rest. I mean, we started at noon today, so that was at about 11 p.m. last night, so plenty of time. But these are athletes. It is tough out there. I know I bowled 3 games one day in July, and I was limping around for days. It is tough out there. I can't imagine after this week, but they're all fighters, and they all were ready. And as you give the rundown, the numbers indicate that there's a lot of possibilities out there, right? 12 or 15 players legitimately with a chance to make the top 5 here, and a lot of leapfrogging yesterday. We had a half dozen leaders, a couple of them in and out throughout the day, and Jillian just snuck in there to happen to be the one that got there. Diana struggled a little bit, only had 1 strike in her final game yesterday, and then opened in the 10th frame to fall behind by 3 sticks. So the excitement will be there. The motivation will be there. All these players, you have no doubt, they were working into the late hours to make sure that they have every possible tool and advantage on the lanes today. But it's going to be fun, and behind the scenes, being down there, I thought that was all pretty special to see more than just what you see on the scoreboards and here on BowlTV.
Matt, when you mentioned those totals, just kind of going down the leaderboard here, Jillian Martin, we mentioned 3 pins ahead of Diana Z, plus 621 for Jillian. Diana's at plus 618. Verity at plus 525, and then there's a bit of a gap. Jordan Richard plus 431, and then Brianna Cote with the last spot at plus 403. And we're watching Brianna as well. As we said, kind of a position round matchup against Valerie Bercier, who's 17 pins back at plus 386. 28 pins back of the show is Daria Payuk at plus 375. 32 back is Misaki Mukutani at plus 371. Sydney Brummett, 52 back, plus 351. Ashley Rucker, 53 back, plus 350. Erin McCarthy had a nice run. She went 7-1 in that second round, plus 348, 55 back of the show. Birgit Norreichs, our winner for the Go Bowling Classic, 90 back at plus 313. In 12th place, and then Daniel McDoon, 110 back at plus 293. Even Jen Higgins, plus 265, our IBC Classic champion. 138 back, and then we mentioned Liz Johnson at plus 248, starting the day 155 pins back. So a lot to be determined, and Curtis had mentioned how quickly things can change from game to game, and we saw that back and forth really take place quite a bit. A lot of, in the top 5, players jumping from first to fourth, back to second to fifth, back up to first, all within the matter of 4 or 5 games. So certainly nothing decided, but Jillian Martin continues to be the story out here when she's had the opportunities to compete. She had 2 shows, of course, at the Kickoff Classic Series, a runner-up finish at the ITRC Classic, and then a 3rd place finish at the Hall of Fame Classic, which had the same format as we're using here, 24 games of round-robin match play, determining the top 5. So she's experienced some success in this type of format here at this building. Is DZ catching a break for 3 in a row, says, what, 210? But right now, Lauren Pate is not going to get that 8-pin to fall. So Jillian's going to have a chance to sneak this game out and get that all-important 30 bonus pins going to the victor here. 15 for a tie, 0 for a loss. So once again, that win-loss mark, a big reason why Jillian is at the top of the leaderboard. She went 13-3. She's going to need the strike here.
Aaron, that was a point
so good
that she made. She said she struggled. There's 2 games. She said games 3 and 4 that she just didn't have the look that she was hoping. One of the lanes was giving her some trouble, but she was able to figure it out enough to pick up those 2 victories and those 60 bonus pins. Obviously, that 60 pins would have been the difference between, based on what you said, between 1st and 4th place or so. So figuring out a way to win is the name of the game here with all of these bonus pins over 24 games. And she knows that. She's very clear about the fact, do what it takes to win. You can win with 198. That's okay. Grind it out. Get there. The big scores will come when they come. You take advantage of the pairs you can. But the most important thing is those 30 bonus pins, because times 24, that is a very significant amount of sticks on the plus side.
And Jillian's second shot of the 10th leaves the 6-10, so she needs one of them to officially lock out Lauren Pate here and get the bonus pins. Lauren can strike, get to 225, and Jillian to make sure she gets at least one here. So that first strike in the 10th put her ahead. That one missing the head pin. So Jillian's going to get the victory here, get the 30. She's going to move to 14-3 in match play. That is just phenomenal. Brianna Cote looking to get to 263 this game. Once again, she was in 5th place. So this is going to be a big game for her to stay ahead of the folks chasing. So you look at a couple players who are some spots back here. You look at Birgit Norreich, who was 90 back. She can be in the 240s. So Brianna's got to keep her at that same distance. Valerie, once again, there behind her. She can still get to 233 this game. So the win plus the 30 is going to keep her farther away. Jordan Richard can get to 225 this game. Their matchup against Sydney Brummett, which would be enough to get the win. Sydney can max out at 222 if she strikes out. Players struggling a little bit this game. Daria Pike can max out at 170. However, still in position to potentially get the victory. Taking on Giselle Pass here. Both players struggling. So an opportunity to sneak out a victory. Diana in position to get the win here against Misaki. Max score, though, 214. So Jillian is going to maintain her lead. Verity Crawley looks like she is going to drop game 1 against Jen Higgins. Oh, excuse me. She's taking on Erin McCarthy. McCarthy has already recorded the victory, 211 to 197. So another player moving up in the standings after a strong second block. Going to get a little bit closer here. $209 for Valerie in the loss. Kote can get to 242. Rocio has been putting together a nice game. I have a spare there, 230s in her victory over Maria Jose Rodriguez. 241. Push Brianna to plus 474. Jillian Martin, however, with the victory in the 227 is going to be at plus 678. Approaching the plus 700 number. Folks, as we get ready to wrap this game up, once again, a reminder that if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, we'll be taking a quick break, and then you'll have to head over to BowlTV.com to watch games 2 through 8 here of round-robin match play at the BowlTV Classic to see who's going to be in the top 5, making the show later tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 local here in Dallas-Fort Worth. For the folks watching on BowlTV, you know we'll be right back. Rocio 234 out of the gates. In victory over Maria Jose Rodriguez, 187. Easy with the cover. She can get to 201 this game. That would put her at plus 619, plus the bonus pins. So plus 649, her max heading into game 2 here. And game 18 overall. It's again 16 games yesterday, 2 match play rounds on our 41-foot condition. It's 200 even for DZ. We watched her put together a masterpiece game 7 last night on this this condition that got tougher and tougher throughout the course of the block. A big 260 game to 263 specifically, but she went on a nice little run in the middle of the block when starting to get a little tougher for everybody else in games 5, 6, and 7. She went 257, 226, and 263 before closing with 179 to fall out of the lead by just a couple pins, but she's doing everything she needs to do here in the early going, getting that victory. She's now 13-4. put herself in position to make this show. Misaki Mukutani is going to give a couple pins back. Still in the mix here, joining us from Japan. Her first PWBA Tour events here in Summer Classic Series, qualified through the PTQ. Made the top 12 at the IBC Classic, made a run at the show as well. But 185 here in the opener will take a loss against Diana Zavyalova. And folks, as we get ready for game 2, we're going to take a quick break. Once again, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, thank you for joining us. Head on over to BowlTV.com, pick up a subscription today. We'll be here for the rest of the day. Stepladder finals tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern time. But, folks, game 2 coming up next on the BowlTV Classic. We'll be right back here on BowlTV. As we get ready for game number 2, welcome back, everybody. A quick break. We are ready to roll here on BowlTV.com. I want to give a shout out to another great apparel partner here, the PWBA Tour. I Am Bowling. I Am Bowling, Logo Infusion's newest bowling apparel brand. You can visit them at IamBowling.com. Proud PWBA Tour apparel partner. Also the official jersey provider at the Junior Gold Championships. Taking a look at the lineups across the house, so you once again can follow your favorite athletes as they compete here on the PWBA Tour. Over on lanes 1 and 2, we are going to have Birgit Norrijks taking on Ashley Rucker, as well as Giselle Paz. Oh, excuse me, I'm looking at game 1. My bad. Let's start that over. It's game 2. On 1 and 2, Julia Bond taking on Tanya Ramanpour, and Erin McCarthy taking on Jillian Martin. On 3 and 4, we're going to have Dasha Kovalova taking on Diana Zavyalova, and Kelly Kulik taking on Valerie Bercier. Over on 5 and 6, we're watching that right now. Jordan Richard taking on Giselle Paz, and Rocio Restrepo taking on Birgit Norrijks. Over on 7 and 8, Liz Johnson taking on Brianna Cote, and Sydney Brummett against Daria Payuk. On 9 and 10, Ashley Rucker versus Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Verity Crawley taking on Lauren Pate. And finally, on 11 and 12, Misaki Mukutani taking on Stephanie Zavala, and Jen Higgins versus Danielle McEwen. Beginning to settle in here. Game number 2. Over on 1 and 2. Aaron McCarthy and Jillian Martin all tied up after 3, each of them with an early 3-bagger. Keep an eye on that one using live scoring. Big shout out to Brunswick Sync Scoring for helping us out. Making it super easy to keep track of the scores throughout the course of the week. So Jordan Richard and Brianna Cote. 2 players currently in the top 5. Here in our featured pairs, lanes 5 through 8 at the moment. Jordan's really struggled. She caught that odd hit in the second, and I see the talk about lilies and sour apples picking up there, so that you know you're not having a good time if you're leaving things that resemble that. So a couple of opens early for Jordan, giving Giselle the opportunity to take the lead. Liz Johnson delivers the first strike in the matchup between her and Cote. Daria Payuk, a couple strikes, has the lead with the 1 open from Rubin. All right, folks, just a housekeeping note. They are working on 11 through 14 right now to get that up and running once again. Thank you for the note and that in the chat. While we work on that, we do have a score update available here after a total of 17 games at the BowlTV Classic. Jillian Martin plus 678, a 14-3 record. Leads the way at the moment. Diana Zavyalova plus 648, 30 pins back. Verity Crawley holds on to third plus 522. Jordan Richard plus 484 in fourth, and Brianna Cote in fifth plus 474. So the top 5 does not change. But 4 and 5 get a little bit closer to 3. So that was kind of the only note from that. Valerie Bercier now 79 pins back, still holding on to 6th place at plus 395. Erin McCarthy 85 back with another victory, plus 389. Birgit Norrex plus 378. 96 back. Daria Payuk plus 375, 99 back. And Sydney Brummett and Ashley Rucker 101 back, tied for 10th at plus 373. Taking a quick look at live scoring. Jillian looks to be prepared not to give up that top spot. 5 for 5. I think we can head over there and take a look at Jordan's shot here. All right, we'll see Jillian come up on lane number 1 momentarily. Front 5 taking on Erin McCarthy. We also get another look at Diana Z, who's taking on Dasha Kovalova, but a couple opens early for the 4-time tour champion. And some struggles here in the 6th frame. Other matchups here on 1 through 4. Julia Bond against Tanya Ramanpour, 1 and 2, and then Kelly Kulik versus Valerie Bercier on 3 and 4. DZ taking on Dasha Kovalova, who's our top seed for the Go Bowling Classic, ended up finishing second to Birgit Norrex. As we get to the back half of this game, I want to take a quick second to give a shout out to 3G. 3G shoes provide unparalleled value and performance to match your skill level. From their top-of-the-line Tour Ultra to the budget price kicks, 3G makes sure every single pair of shoes is built for durability, comfort, and style. Visit them at 3gbowling.com to pick up the best shoe style for your game. Folks, got an update. Looks like 11 and 12 back in business. For those wanting to watch the Misaki Mukutani versus Stephanie Zavala and Jen Higgins versus Danielle McEwen match. Thanks to Curtis and JT downstairs, taking care of business at the ITRC for making sure that wasn't down for too long. All right, we'll see if Jillian can bounce back here after my ill-timed switch over, bringing the cloud over to 1 and 2 for that Greek church. And back to back, goodness. Nice cover there by DZ. Looking to hang in this matchup against Dasha. Aaron's going to have an opportunity here. Potentially back-to-back opens from Jillian to get right back into this match. Just the two, so 148. So if Aaron can strike in the 8th, she is going to take the advantage. Julia Bond still attacking them pretty direct there. Nice shot in the 8th. She had the lone strike, or excuse me, the lone 300 so far at the BowlTV Classic. She did it back in game 1 of the event, so took the early lead. Unfortunately, since then, it's been a bit of a rocky road for Julia. She entered this game in 19th place overall. Went 1 and 7 in match play last night. Won her opening match today with 214, but 6 and 11 overall, plus 164 places her in 19th. And outside of game 1, that's where she's had the most success. She had 255 in a loss in the second block to Verity Crawley, who had 262. But other than that, pair of 220s and outside the 214 today, everything else under 200 for the two-time champ this year. So she's had a hard time getting her on a run here, but McCarthy's going to take the lead. This time Jillian crosses over, so we picked an interesting time to make the switch over here. She had the front 5. Not sure if she had a few hits just like that or not, or just had the lane kind of blow up on her in the middle part of this game. But You feel a move has to be coming here pretty soon. Maybe a ball change, something. It's looked a little rough the last 3, but that goes back to one of the things we talked about in, really knowing yourself and if you're making good shots or not. Obviously, you got to be very honest with yourself in those situations to say, if you're making the good shots and that's your ball reaction, then obviously that's not the right ball or right part of the lane. But so we'll see what she has in store here for the 9th and the 10th. And just a reminder about the carry we've had here this week. Kelly with the 7-10. All right, thanks to Alan in the chat. He was watching 1 and 2 before we made the switch. Saying Jillian was all over the pocket to start, so see the adjustment here. McCarthy with the 10-pin. It's going to give Jillian the opportunity to cash in that Brooklyn strike here in the 9th and recapture the lead. Makes the adjustment, turns it into a double. And I feel we caught Jillian in about game 4, game 5 yesterday during the second block, and we said, wow, she's left. It's game 2, and she's crossing between 5th and 6th arrow. But we saw the confidence that she had in that final game yesterday to retake the lead. And she's certainly not afraid to get to that part of the lane by any stretch. And has the physical tools to create the type of ball reaction she needs to not only get to the pocket, but find a way to carry. Perhaps the strategy today is get left first and do what you do from there. DZ finds one in the 9th, but max of 158, so Dasha can lock up this victory here. Just decent count in the 9th frame, so chance for players behind Diana to get a little bit closer here. Taking a look at Jordan Richard, however, some struggles over on 5 and 6 this game. She had 3 consecutive opens in frames 2, 3, and 4, and looking at a split right now in the 9th. Not going to win the matchup, and potentially maxing out in the plus 170 range. Brianna Cote, close matchup against Liz Johnson. Cote with the advantage, both players working on a strike in the 9th, up by 8, so Cote can double in the 10th to lock up that win. Sydney Brummett putting together a big game against Daria Payuk. Still get to 248. Stephanie Zavala takes the win against Misaki Mukutani. Jen Higgins is going to get the victory against Danielle. Maria Jose Rodriguez can shoot 280 this game. Opportunity for Maria to gain a couple spots. One of those big jumps we talked about. Verity Crawley, a max of 227, which would be enough for a victory against Lauren Pate.
I think so.
Crosses over again on lane 1, and Jillian Martin now left with a 5'10". Spare her max down to 216. Erin McCarthy can get to 222, so she can go ahead and lock this up with a double. Turn that into a 9 count. So now McCarthy in this game contingent on spare shooting for both her and Jillian Martin. Jillian can run down and lock it up with 6 pins on the fill. McCarthy's going to step up here first. Needs the spare to force Jillian to convert. Actually, she needed to make the spare there, otherwise Jillian would have won. So, oh, wow, wow! You don't necessarily practice that one too often throughout the week, folks, but needing the spare for an opportunity now to get to 15-3 makes the 5-10. My goodness. Aaron's going to be at 211, get to plus 400, but does not look like she'll be at plus 430. But happy to be getting off this lane for right now, and happy to be taking a win along with it. 215 to 211. Jillian Martin now going to get to plus 723. And I think the thing that impresses me the most about that conversion was just the, I don't know, I feel like you see a lot of folks essentially go with, try to adjust the strike shot for that particular conversion when you leave it for, the 5-10 for a righty, a 5-7 for a left-hander. And Jillian electing to shoot it more like a 210. And obviously getting the job done when she needed it in the 10th frame for the win. 4-9 on the fill ball will give Kelly just enough to lock out Valerie Bercier here. Max for Valerie, 211. Easy going to give some pins back with 155, so she's going to drop all the way to plus 603. Taking a look at live scoring, however. We mentioned some struggles for Jordan Richard that game, 150 in that game. So she's going to be falling back. Brianna Cote, 232 in the win, is making moves. So 232 plus the win. Going to get her to plus 536. So she is going to fly by Jordan Richard here, who's going to drop to plus 434. And then Verity Crawley is going to be in the 2-0s with a victory. So she's going to get to that plus 550 range. So it looks like Jordan's going to hang on to a spot in the top 5, but going to get going to allow Valerie Bercier, Erin McCarthy to get a little bit closer. Sydney Brummett as well. Sydney, we mentioned a big game from her, 247 and a victory. I was actually going to jump her from. She might jump from. When did Birgit do this game? Just make sure. Birgit, 166 and a loss. So Sydney might have just jumped with Jordan Richard shooting 150, dropping plus 434. Sydney Brummett may have just jumped from 10th to 5th. Just like that. She's at plus 450 now. Sydney Brummett might be in our top 5. Just like that. Let's go. Wow. We are moving here, folks, and that's something Curtis had mentioned. You can't rest for a second here with these bonus pins in a big game. And the possibility for big games, the possibility for those not so big games, and Sydney Brummett taking advantage. Going to move into the top 5 unofficially here. Wow, my goodness. All right, I'm going to take a second to collect myself after that. But while I do that, I want to tell you good folks about Master. For over 50 years, Master Industries has been recognized worldwide as the leading manufacturer of premium high-performance bowling products. Be sure to check them out at bowlwithmaster.com. Master, a proud sponsor here on the PWBA Tour in 2021. So Jillian moving up. Diana giving some pins back, but still going to be hanging on in second. Verity doing enough to stay in third. Brianna Cote making some ground, though. Moving into fourth, and it looks like Sydney Brummett will be moving into the top 5. Here coming up next, that's officially, of course. We will wait for the official tallies to verify, but just based off of what we saw, looks like Sid the Kid making it to the top 5. I see a lot of talk in the chat right now about cool spares you picked up. So let us know, what is the toughest spare you have ever made? Toughest split conversion you've had. Let us know in the chat. I already see some cool ones. Selwyn with the 4-7, 9-10 a couple times. Any 7-10 conversions out there? Big fours, Greek churches? Let us know in the chat, and we're going to run down who we got for game 3. Staying on lanes 1 through 4 here. Dasha Kovalova taking on Brianna Cote, and Stephanie Zavala taking on Valerie Bercier. Over on 3 and 4, Giselle Paz taking on Julia Bond, and Jillian Martin against Ashley Rucker. On 5 and 6, Liz Johnson taking on Diana Zavyalova, and Jen Higgins against Sydney Brummett. On 7 and 8, Tanya Ramanpour taking on Jordan Richard. Lauren Pate versus Birgit Norreichs. On 9 and 10, Kelly Kulik taking on Misaki Mukutani. And Danielle McCune taking on Daria Payuk. And then 11 and 12, Erin McCarthy versus Maria Jose Rodriguez. And Verity Crawley taking on Rocio Restrepo. Chat coming in hot here. I like this. A couple 7-10s, big fours, Greek churches. A couple of 2-8-10s. 4-6-7. All right, we got Maria Belanova here, 4-6-7 and 7-10. Maria, fantastic performance at the DFW Regional on the way to a second place finish. And folks, you would imagine, based off of the constant hard times I get here on BowlTV, that, you know, the 4-5, the 4-5-7 would be my prize conversion. However, no. In the cruelest of all fates, I picked up a 7-10. Matt Canzaro looks perplexed by this, but it's a true story. It happened at Lanoke Lanes on lane number 2, Lansing, Illinois. Unfortunately, however, it was during practice. During the warm-up session before league, went up there, just wanted to, you know, shoot at a 10-pin. End up making it. Didn't get me anything except this cool story that I'm telling on BowlTV right now.
So you picked up the 7-10, but you completely whiffed on the 5 on the same shot.
Oh, Maddie. It's cold, man.
But clever. Yeah.
Well done, though. Well done. I'll give you that.
That's what I'm here for.
Shooter's got to shoot. Matt Canizaro. Training threes like Steph out here. Jillian. Loving the chat right now as well. I like when folks brag about cool things they've done. Split conversions certainly are that. Great opportunity to enjoy some cool moments we've all experienced there. Fun question from Maria in the chat. The craziest split I've seen picked up on BowlTV. And I think, obviously 7-10s are cool. We've seen a couple of those over time. It's fun to get excited for those. But I think my favorite split conversion, and at the time a very important one in the grand scheme of everything that was going on, actually took place earlier this year in Smyrna, Tennessee, at the Intercollegiate Team Championships sectional qualifier. And it was a moment coming down the stretch where two teams were fighting for the final spot. And, this one not necessarily, one we'll see every once in a while here on BowlTV. But in a must-spare situation, trying to get a spot for the ITCs coming up, Marian University, in the final game, left a 6-7-10. So, you think 6-7-10, it's a pretty clear-cut way to make it. You get the ball to the right of the sticks. You hope you can hit it thin enough to slide on over to the 7. But the way it was picked up, the player missed it to the left, and it ended up bouncing or hit the left side of the 6, bounced up, kicked one of the pins out, and had it roll across and smack the 7 pin out of there. And, similar to other pins bouncing out, but just the moment of it all was such a huge moment in keeping, for Marian University at the time, their chances at the ITC. It kept them right in it in a crazy finish with them in St. Francis, Illinois. So I think the moment of that and when it happened and how it took place and just the general excitement level made that probably one of the most memorable. Even though, not necessarily as crazy as we've seen. I'm sure we've had a little bit and there's stuff that we see not quite as often. We had one from Alexis Nair earlier this week. It was a 3-6-8-10, which she picked up, which you don't necessarily see, and we're still trying to figure out how that happened. But for the significance of the moment, I go back to that one from sectionals this past year as it's probably one of the highest on the crazy level as far as timing was involved. But that story does allow us now to continue to bring you some great news here because we got scores. Through 18 games. Once again, we're getting to 24 before we determine our top 5. Jillian Martin plus 723. Now 120 pins ahead of the field. So you look at the bonus pins. That's 4 extra wins ahead of the field right now. Starting to create a little distance. And looking at that 5th spot, she's nearly 300 pins from 5th place right now. So Jillian getting closer and closer to securing a spot on the show. Still a couple games to go. Still has to maintain here, but creating some distance. 15-3 record plus 723. Diana Zavjalova with that 155 game drops to plus 603, but she's still in 2nd place. Verity Crawley plus 550 in 3rd, and Brianna Cote with that 232 with the victory. And so far for Bree today, 241 and 232 out of the gate. So she's striking a bit. Now in 4th at plus 536. And as we thought, Sydney Brummett entering the top 5, plus 450, 10-7-1 record for her. Plus 450, the new number. Jordan Richard, plus 434, 16 back. Erin McCarthy. And, just looking, we talked about it for Jillian adding another win, but how that affects her opponent in that matchup. Erin McCarthy, if Jillian doesn't make that, Erin has another 30 pins, and she's 20 pins out of the show at plus 430. Instead, with the loss, now at plus 400, she's 50 back. In 7th place, Valerie Bertier plus 395, 55 back. Daria Payuk plus 367, 83 back. And Ashley Rucker rounding out the top 10 at plus 365, 85 pins back. Misaki Mukutani, 93 back at plus 357. And then Jen Higgins, 100 back at plus 350. Jason Thomas dropping the good vibes in our BowlTV team chat here, talking about awesome split conversions from junior gold this year. Our main man, 7-year-old Emmett Larson, in the same game picking up the 6-7-10 and the 4-10. Just brings a smile to your face. More than anything else, it's just so great. Thanks, JT. Big time smile watching Emmett do his thing in the U12 division at Junior Gold. Good times. Good times. To Joshua's point in the chat, I remember seeing that Jennifer Laredo pickup. That was pretty crazy, and ended up getting the win as well. Veronica, good question. I'm gonna say yes. I know that Dasha had planned that this year, putting together a couple of jerseys based off of her own artwork. So, just kind of looking at that, I would say that's a yes. Of course, Dasha also with her own spare ball now. Created a Visiball with one of her original artwork designs. So Dasha's art also trending in the right direction, much like her bowling game. Four on the Greek church there for Bercier. Here getting O'Rikes over on 7 and 8. Off to a fast start. Taking on Lauren Pate. She has a spare followed by 5 in a row. It's really the big start so far this game. Kind of taking a quick glance. Games left to go here, folks, to determine our top 5. Folks, I think all this talk of splits has see a few folks mentioning it in the chat now. They are starting to add up here. Players finding trouble here in game 3 as we our first look at the transition out here. Opportunity for a double here for Jillian. Looking to gain some ground here on Ashley Rucker. Nearly that 5'10" again. Dasha, they're looking to take the lead in this matchup against Brianna. 210 of her own. It's getting interesting out there. There's a couple players putting together decent games. Just taking a quick glance at live scoring, but general scoring pace a little rough here in game 3. First patch of transition definitely slowing a couple folks down. But Danielle McCune putting together a nice game right now in 9 and 10. She can still get to 269. The 8th, 9th, and 10th left to go. I mentioned Birgit Norreichs, 269 her max score as well. She's through 8. Liz Johnson can go to 238. Diana Zavyalova, though, still struggling after a rough final game. Sydney Brummett ahead in her matchup against Jen Higgins, but both of them having some struggles here. Max at 225 to 212 on that one. So Birgit at 106 back might be actually, well, Danielle's, there's a bit of a gap between 13th and 14th. But Birgit at 106 back. Say she finishes this out, gets 269. That would be 413 plus the 30 plus 443. That's right in the mix of where this this number might be after this game. Nice shot in the ninth there by Brianna. She can get to 218. Leads by 17. As much fun as we've had in the chat today, Rebecca delivering another great moment here. Yes, that is a great call. 2 years ago today on CBS Sports Network, Dasha Kovalova, 300 in the championship match. Claimed her second career title at the Louisville Open. We've obviously talked a lot this season about her repeat performance in Louisville earlier this year. Now her fourth career title. It's a great memory indeed. And someone else who enjoyed that memorable moment from Dasha, guy who's seen quite a few great moments in his career, both on the lanes as a competitor and behind the scenes here on BowlTV, and Jason Thomas. JT, hello.
Hello. Most of those moments were behind the scenes.
Well, that's okay.
And that was a great one.
Hard to believe, 2 years ago. But a great reminder of the greatness that is Dasha Kovalova.
Certainly a lot has happened in the world since then.
I would say so.
But Aaron, this is officially happening. Jillian Martin is going to be on the show, guaranteed. And at this point, there's really no way she's going to fall lower than second. So if you like watching Jillian Martin, book your time for tonight at 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. She will be on the show.
She's built quite an advantage here, and although she's Ashley Rucker with the split in the ninth might have a chance to steal another victory here, but 15-3 match play record so far.
Yeah, but she's also out averaging the field. Not only does she have the best match play record, but she's 4 pins clear of second almost in average, and Verity's got the second high average in the field. She's in third, and she's out averaging her by a pin and a half. So she's dominating in every way. And I said it yesterday, if she were to come in and have a dominant performance like she had at the Kickoff Classic here, it's even more impressive because it's a full field and everybody here is sharp. They've had the full season to sharpen up their games after the layoff during the pandemic. And Jillian's just coming in here and absolutely dominating.
She's now going to have the chance to step up in the 10th and put some pressure on Ashley Rucker. Rucker still can get to 206, which would be enough for the victory, but Jillian 203. She's able to find a few hits here. Rucker would have to match. JT, we've seen a bit of a rough patch here in Game 3 as far as looks like kind of the first run of transition is really going through the house, especially here on 1 through 4 where we're at. But Jillian's already gotten pretty far left. And it seems like even quicker than, we saw some folks get left yesterday. So I kind of talked about it a little bit last game. We saw the confidence she had in that final game, shooting 240 to take over the lead. And, maybe today was, and, the confidence from that performance said, maybe my plan is just get left first and I'll worry about it from there.
Yeah, no, for sure. And they haven't put, like, for example, they put this pattern out for practice, but then they put the regional pattern out, and then they had this pattern put out again yesterday. And I think each time they put this pattern out and there's nothing quote unquote softer going out on the lanes in between it, it's just going to play flatter and flatter and more difficult, meaning that early hook to the left is going to force the players left quicker. And that's what we're seeing here. And Diana Z having another rough game this game, and even if Jillian can't pull this win out, she's still going to extend her lead this game. Verity had a chance to shoot a big game, and she opened in the 10th to shoot 189. She is going to get the victory, but Jillian just stretching the lead further and further, and it's really looking like at this point she's just going to have to win one match to win this title, which is mind-blowing.
At just 17 years old. You mentioned DZ. She finished with 163 and a loss to Liz Johnson. So she's going to lose 37 there. So that's going to put her in the plus 560 range. So Verity's actually going to move into... Actually, Brianna might have a chance here. Let's see, 215 for her. And the 30 gets her to plus 581. Verity's going to get the 30 for the victory, but if she's minus, she would be 189. So it looks like Cote may actually move into second place here.
Great spare conversion there for Ashley. That's going to force Jillian to get a double in this match. And Ashley still has a chance. Anybody in that 360 range still alive. I mean, it's only 450 over right now to be the show number. So Daria Payok just shot 228 with a win, and she was at plus 367, so she's going to get closer.
Jillian just pured that first shot in the 10th. She's going to need one more, though. With Rucker, the split conversion, 195. 9 spare would be 192 here. So can the young junior Team USA member add one more here to get another victory?
Oh, man. Wow. It's just crazy. She threw 2 strikes the whole game, and then she needed 2 strikes to pull out the win, and she gets it. There's just so many comparisons you can make, but, probably the best one I can think of is, Tiger Woods making putts. Making putts is not easy. If you look at the putting statistics on tour, I mean, anything outside of 15 feet, you're making less than 20% of those putts. And, that's the equivalent of, what were the odds of her throwing a double there to pull that match out? She'd thrown 2 strikes the whole game. Her strike percentage is probably 55%, for the tournament. And it's probably the best in the field. But when you need a double to win and your strike percentage is 55%, you basically have a 25% chance of getting the double. And she gets it. It's almost like every time she has a 20% chance of doing something, she does it. And, that's what greatness is all about. You just have to keep overcoming the odds and willing a strike when you need it. And now she just opened up the lead even more when it looked like, some folks were going to have a chance to carve into it.
She's going to move over to 1-2 next, and rev right abound. She's going to be taking on Daria Pajuk here in game 4. So, gotten to see her. She'll be back on 1-2. She was there in game 2 as we get into game 4. Had to pick up the 5-10 in the 10th to win that match against Erin McCarthy. And was able to collect that victory. Now the double in the 10th for the win over Ashley Rucker. Some other matchups here. On 1 through 4, we have Liz Johnson taking on Rocio Restrepo, Maria Jose Rodriguez against Jen Higgins, Dasha Kovalova versus Lauren Pate. Then across the house here for game 4, Ashley Rucker going to be taking on Danielle McHugh, and Jordan Richard against Stephanie Zavala on 5 and 6. On 7 and 8, Erin McCarthy against Sydney Brummett, and Julia Bond against Kelly Kulick. On 9 and 10, Diana Zavyalova taking on Verity Crawley, Tanya Ramanpour against Valerie Bercier. Finally on 11 and 12, Rihanna Cote taking on Birgit Norreichs and Giselle Paz versus Misaki Mukotani. I take this chance to recognize another great apparel partner here on the PWBA Tour, Apparel EFX. Be sure to visit them at www.apparelefx.com. Custom uniforms for all sports. EFX, a proud apparel sponsor here of the PWBA Tour in 2021. JT, a good question in the chat here from J-Rod asking, can anyone remember a bowler at 16, 17 years old making this big of an impact so early before?
No, simple answer is just no. I mean, Wendy McPherson won the U.S. Women's Open at 18. There's been quite a few players on the women's tour that have done well in their late teens, but not at 16 and 17 years old. not like this. This is pretty amazing. I mean, we've got an incredible field here. I mean, all the top players, Player of the Year candidates, they're sharp. They've had almost a full season under their belt, and she's just running away and hiding and dominating completely.
Yeah, I think
Simonson was a great talent, but he didn't win his first title till he was 19. So there's a big difference between 16 and 19.
Old man Simonson winning at 19 there.
What's that?
Old man Simonson winning.
Yeah,
at 19.
right. Yeah.
But yeah, I think there's been instances of players having runs at particular events. Thinking back even just a couple of years ago at the Masters, a great pickup there by Daria for 210. Jalen Mosley making a great run, I think in 2017, making it to I want to say the top 16 at the Masters at I believe 16 years old. He's still doing pretty awesome things out there in the bowling community. Got to see him compete at the TNBA Rodman a couple of weeks ago here on BowlTV.com. But yeah, for kind of the sustained success at the national level, for good measure.
That's the break.
Just counts.
Yeah, it's got the Tommy Jones carry going. No, there's nothing. There's never been something like this. I mean, if you were to give Jillian, we don't award points to players that aren't members of the organization, but if you were to give Jillian the points for all of her finishes this year, this is only her 6th event, and you project her points for this event, she'd be 22nd on the point list. That's crazy. I mean, she's ahead of some really big names. She's ahead of Daria Payok in points. She's ahead of Sandra Gongora. I mean, this is her 6th event.
Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think we get a little too excited about things sometimes. We're trying to tell a story and sell some BowlTV subscriptions and get people excited. I don't think we're overstating how amazing this is, what's happening right now.
It almost seems like we're too calm about it from time to time. You should be yelling more.
I have an excuse. I've got a bunch of players that can overhear what I'm saying sitting right in front of me. So, I want to be a little careful, but I don't want him to get, put too big of a target on Jillian's back. But at this point, she's taking on all comers and setting them down one by one. Wasn't her strike song on the PBA Junior show, Another One Bites the Dust? I think that would be appropriate for this event.
It's an aggressive choice. I like it. Very to the point.
Yeah, question in the chat about the 2 cash rule. The 2 cash rule for these events, the Classic Series events count as one event. So if she cashes 1 time at these or 3 times, it counts as 1 cash. And the Queens and U.S. Women's Open and the Lucy are not counted in those against those cashes. So Jillian will be able to participate in the U.S. Women's Open. She wasn't eligible for the Queens because she's not old enough. You have to be 18 to bowl that one. I'm sure there's a lot of players out there today that wish we would institute that rule for all the tournaments.
Right, well, based off of the general time frame of the year when we run that, she might not see Jillian at the Queens until 24 or 23, excuse me, because she just turned 17 like last week,
Right.
10 days ago, something like that. Late July birthday. And but we have seen her at the U.S. Women's Open in the past. She bowled in 2019.
Yeah, she made an appearance at the U.S. Open, not the U.S. Women's Open, and made a splash there. Made the Big Four. Got a viral video there. Was competitive against the men. I mean, pretty crazy. Looking for the U.S. Women's Open, seeing how she does there. I mean, this is a U.S. Open type pattern that we're bowling on, right? I mean, they're hard. Hard. You got to play in. Pretty flat. I mean, the if you look at the pattern, it has a little bit of shape, but the topography here at the ITRC doesn't allow you to play out, so it makes it play a lot flatter. It forces you left. And they are really hard. And she's just eating them up.
We did get that note from Matt McNeil where he showed us his notebook to describe the pattern, and it literally just said it had 4 letters, and it was HARD. It said hard.
Yeah, they are very hard. We talked yesterday about there being some scores out there to be had. I just couldn't see it today. Today they just look a lot harder, a lot flatter. Again, the same pattern was placed out. There are protocols and checks that are in place to ensure that the pattern's going out consistently. But you put the same pattern out over and over and over again, which is the 3rd time we've run it in a row, and it starts to play more and more true, and it is hard. Nice conversion on the 310. Just continuing to fill frames, making great shots, lots of great shots, and making her spares. A lot of good things can happen when they're this difficult and you fill frames and keep making great shots. This young lady on lane 2 knows all about that. Her success at the U.S. Women's Open.
Liz electing to kind of go the other route. We've seen everybody kind of make the jump left, and Liz is staying right, trying to play them pretty direct.
Yeah, when they're this hard and there isn't a very well-defined area where everybody should play, you're almost better off just playing where you're most comfortable and trying to make great shots. And I think that's kind of what Liz has done that at the U.S. Women's Open many times where she's just gone to a place on the lane where she feels comfortable and just grinds. Liz still can't quite be counted out yet. We've got 4 games left to go after this. She's at plus 303. 5th place currently plus 444. Erin McCarthy. Daria just outside the show right now. She's at plus 425. But, I mean, it's pretty crazy how tight it is, Erin. If you look at the top 10, we've got, Sydney Brummett, who was the number going into our last game, dropped to 10th. But she's only 35 pins back of the show, which means we've got 5 players that are within 35 pins of the show currently.
It's a pretty crazy swing here, and looking at that, JT, as you mentioned, Sydney dropping from 5th to 10th. Scores available on PWBA.com. Jillian at plus 755, as you mentioned, getting closer and closer just to. I mean, she's basically there. Brianna Cote did move into 2nd, plus 581. Verity Crawley 3rd, plus 569. Diana Z plus 566, and then Erin McCarthy enters the top 5 for the first time, plus 444. Daria at 425. Birgit plus 420. Jordan Richard dropping to 8th place so far after starting the day in the top 5, plus 417. Valerie Mercier plus 412. Sydney Brummett plus 409. And then Jen Higgins at plus 371. Ashley Rucker plus 360. And Misaki Mukutani plus 351, all within 100.
Nice shot there from Daria. Trying to stay in touch here with Jillian. Daria, one of those players who are in that log jam between 6th and 10th place. Yeah, there's some folks talking about Liz Johnson and her ability to play inside. And I'll tell you a quick story about Liz. So Liz won the Player of the Year award the first 2 years since the relaunch. And every year, PWBA staff almost made it back for Jillian. Good break just getting the 10 pin out, leaving a makeable spare. But every year, there's a survey that goes out for the PWBA members and all the players who hold an event. And based on the feedback, changes are made to things on the PWBA tour. And so the feedback after year 2 was we want more variety in the patterns, which some might interpret as code for, hey, let's make Liz do something she's not as comfortable with. And so the feedback was taken. There was more variety put into the patterns, and Liz had her best year on tour, and won a couple of events from left to fourth arrow.
I think most notably in that situation, the Players' Championship that year. I think she was matched up against Kelly in that title match as well, and Liz getting into fourth arrow on that show, just absolutely pure in shots on the way to the victory. And yeah, I think she made like 6 consecutive shows at some point during that season as well.
Yeah, I also remember her defeating Diana Zavyalova, where she was actually playing a little left of Diana, which you wouldn't think would be something you would normally see. You know, Diana, especially at that time, was more of a power player. Diana's actually, you know, worked on her game a little bit, and she's added some the ability to go a lot straighter, and she tends to do that a lot more these days. But back then, you know, she was a power player and liked to go left to right, and Liz beat her at her own game.
That particular season for Liz, and you mentioned a matchup against DZ, the Queens. There was, you know, looking back at it, there was a real possibility that Liz could have won all 4 majors. Like, she was that close. She was second at the Queens, won the U.S. Women's Open, won the Players Championship, and then was already on the show at the Tour Championship. Tour Championship ended up finishing tied for 3rd. But yeah, just on top of how great that season already was that close to winning.
Yeah, my favorite stat from that season, Aaron, was if you took the difference between her points and the second place person's points, and you gave them to somebody who didn't bowl any tournaments that year, they would have qualified for the Tour Championship on points.
Ridiculous. Absolutely crazy year for Liz. We talked about the top 20 seasons a couple of times here this week. That 2017 season Liz did make the list. Came in number 7 overall. Advanced to TV in 9 of the 13 events, including a stretch of 5. And then to go along with a pair of majors, had another title in there as well. That one you mentioned over DZ, just very, very impressive on her way to her 3rd consecutive Player of the Year title.
But today she's 452 pins behind a 17-year-old.
Those kids. Well, JT, we talked about how quickly folks can move up and move down here, and Jordan Richard apparently doesn't like being outside the top 5 because she is putting together a big game over on 5 and 6 right now. Through 8, can still shoot 290.
Yeah, that is huge.
And Erin McCarthy, who moved into the top 5, struggling a little bit this game. She can max out at 207.
Other than first place, we've had a ton of shuffling of positions today. It's like one of those automatic card shufflers they have at the casinos, Aaron. Did you ever use those, or did you just do it yourself?
No, we in my previous life as an absolute cooler at the blackjack table. Yes, we had machines. There was shuffling before every deck, but we did use the automatic shufflers after we went through our particular process of shuffling the deck X amount of times and then putting it in the machine, and then me getting yelled at because I took everybody's money. So I was a cooler though, man. We had 6 and 8 deck, particularly at the casino I worked at. So no single deck, no double decks. So we had the big decks, but you saw me at the table. It was best to walk away. Just telling you.
I'm just telling you. Yes, Aaron was a dealer, a blackjack dealer, and as he said, he was quite a good one.
Well, for the house, that
You
was great.
didn't want to get.
It didn't work very well for the, everybody pooling tips. I wasn't necessarily helping our cause on that since I was taking everybody's money. So,
All right, big shot here for Jillian in this match. Great shot there, and she liked it. And that double puts her up. Puts her up in the match by 8. Just 2 frames left. And Daria really needs to find a way to win this match.
saw Jordan on lane 5, far right of your screen. That was another strike. That was the strike in the 9th. So 290 still out there for her. So already into the 250s, pretty much regardless of what happens. But a couple more strikes. J. Rich going to be the big mover and shaker this game.
You know, I would really be interested to ask Jillian. We'll talk to her at the end of the block here, but you know, compare her strategy in these matches to some of the other players. You know, and we don't bowl match play out here on the PWBA tour all that often, but I feel it's a different mentality. You know, I think a lot of the players out here are used to the qualifying format, where it's just game after game after game, and you're constantly thinking about ball motion and trying to save pins. Whereas the match play format, it behooves you to focus on winning the match. It's more important to shoot 2-0 and win the match than it is to try to shoot 250. Whereas in qualifying, it's kind of the opposite. And so I'm just curious I'd be curious to ask her about her strategy in these matches. Does she think of these matches as single, one-on-one situations where all she's trying to do is beat her opponent rather than shooting big scores? And I think that makes a big difference.
Uh-oh.
Wow, big miss there.
Mark still gets her the victory here, but yeah, gives Daria a little hope here. Daria with the spare. She can get to 209, so would need a little bit of help from Jillian. Liz Johnson, folks. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen one or two other players try that, but then again, most players aren't Liz Johnson, so. Taking a look around the house real quick as some matches wrap up. Pretty much a position round match between Verity Crawley and Diana Zavialova, 9 and 10. And Diana continuing to struggle, does not have a strike. Oh, as I say that, on the live scoring, the strike pops up. So first strike comes in frame number 9. She can max out at 184. for Verity. She's looking at a split in the 9th frame. But even with some count there, she would already be in the 170s, so a mark for her to win that matchup. Valerie Bercier, who's been hanging around the number all day on the outside looking in, struggling as well. Brianna Cote is going to, I believe, drop her first match of the day. Yeah, she was 3-0 up to this point against Birgit Noreich's 200 to potentially 193. Sydney Brummish going to get a win against Erin McCarthy. Ashley Rucker, 212-205 victory.
I'm always amazed, Aaron, at the amount of times that after you miss a spare, you leave that same spare the very next frame.
It's a reminder. A cruel reminder.
And with that split, Daria will drop this match. Lillian will get the win. And with the spare and the strike, she'll shoot 215, which is her tournament average.
Says, got it. No problem that time.
Yeah, I mean, really the only thing you can say, you know, as a criticism of Jillian's game has been we've seen her miss a few single pins this week. And, you know, obviously she's still dominating, so if she'd clean that up, she'd be leading by a few hundred. But it's certainly something, you know, we'll have to watch for in the stepladder tonight, because mistakes like that become magnified in a one-game situation.
Going to collect another victory. Jordan Richard, as mentioned in the chat, split in the 10th frame. And Stephanie Zavala was striking right with her. So Jordan's going to hang on for the victory. But 255 to 252, the win over Zavala. So big swing for Jordan. Going to add 85 pins to her plus total. So again, we said she dropped to 8th place. So that's actually going to get her north of plus 500, plus 502 it looks like. So we'll see if that is enough with our back and forth that we've had here. McCarthy, we mentioned, is going to have a loss. Daria Payuk, a loss. Birgit's going to have a victory, but it's going to be a low 2-0, so she's going to move into that plus 450 range. So it looks like Jordan will be back in the top 5, and Diana going to be giving some pins back as well. So she's falling closer and closer to that cut line. Top 5.
Yeah, and Diana just split in the 10th, and if she can't make that, she'll be in the 150s again.
And that could, her and Jordan are basically going to be right there for 4-5.
Man,
that being the case.
Surprising, Aaron. Verity, after her split in the 9th, throws a double in the 10th, so she'll be in the 2-0s, and we'll pick up the 30 bonus pins as well, so that will move her above plus 600. Big game there for Liz.
Yeah, she's going to gain a quick 70 there, get to the plus 370 range. It's going to be about 130 back or so. Lauren Pate putting together a real nice game here. 2 more to get to 258. She'll add the win, get to the plus 260 range with that. That'd be something if Liz just went on a tear here. Playing a place no one else is even thinking about playing. Would that be the most Liz Johnson thing ever?
There's so many. But it would be up there, yeah, for sure.
All right, folks, Game 5 coming up next here on BowlTV as we get closer and closer to determining our top 5 for the BowlTV Classic Stepladder Finals taking place tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 local time here at the ITRC. While we have this opportunity and we're switching everything around, I want to give a shout out to one of our gold industry partners, RotoGrip. Everything the good folks at RotoGrip do is to put you in a position to dominate. They make equipment that makes you your best, because that's not your name up there next to your score. It's your reputation. Be sure to visit rotogrip.com to view their complete line of high-performance bowling balls. And folks, in talking about bowling balls, and we know how you good folks want to take home bowling balls. RotoGrip will be providing a ball of choice to one lucky BowlTV viewer tonight during the Stepladder Finals. So you got to watch here on BowlTV for a chance to win. Folks, Game 5 coming up next. We'll get you that lineup, scores as they come in, as well as that. So those other spots continue to be fought for, but Jillian Martin, the 17-year-old sensation, continues to collect wins and is getting closer and closer, claiming the top seed here at the BowlTV Classic. So hang tight. We'll be right back. Game 5 coming up next.
They are in game 5. We're going to get that graphic updated right now. Yeah, definitely a good match coming up here with Verity and Brianna. And that is a good. I wonder if somebody has gone 24-0 in match play. It might have happened. I am not aware off the top of my head, men or women, if anybody has gone 24-0. I know that over the last 2 events here in the ITRC, Jillian has not lost too many games. This includes the kickoff event in January when she had match play. She has won a lot of games here in the ITRC.
Well, Curtis, that sounds like an opportunity for me to check out PWBA.com and find those actual numbers. I'm intrigued now. What type of match play record she has put together here?
Yeah, I mean,
it's got to be pretty good.
Yeah,
she hasn't
lost too many. I mean, just what a performance, Aaron. I mean, and she was one shot away from making the top 12. She was one shot away from making the top 12 in the first event. She finished it. She was the alternate. It's very impressive. Mike McGrath went 24-0. Ken, thank you. Don't know if it has happened on the ladies' side. If Fran were in the chat, she'd know, Aaron.
Well, there is a program book that's not too far away from me, and I could probably, from the the 2003 season that may or may not have that information, so I could run out there and check that. But taking a look at her run at the Kickoff Classic Series, speaking of Jillian, she went. She made all 3 match play rounds. The event where she finished 8th, the Bowlers Journal Classic, she went 4-8. So nothing too crazy there. She improved to 7-4-1 at the ITRC Classic. That's the one. That's where she made her first stepladder finals appearance and ended up second to Brianna Cote. And then to earn the number 2 seed at the Hall of Fame Classic, 18-6. So in this 24-game format, 18-6, and now 17-3. So against the best players on the PWBA Tour, between the Hall of Fame Classic and the BowlTV Classic, she's 35-9 in match play, not counting stepladder finals appearances.
You're going to qualify for a lot of stepladders if you're winning that many games. Just
Buddy.
35. Just do the math real quick. 35 games, right? You're getting 30 bonus pins per game. That's 300. That's 960. No, more than that. That's over 1,000 bonus pins you're picking up just right there from the.
But overall, when you include all the events so far, and let's even include the step ladders. Let's see. And 2 more wins there. 48-23-1. So that's Bowlers Journal, ITRC, Hall of Fame, and BowlTV Classic, match play, and stepladder finals. 48-23-1. That's ridiculous.
That is quite ridiculous.
$17 and 3 here. We do have an update for scores after game 20 overall. 18 and 3 plus 800 now. Jillian Martin. Verity Crawley 196 back in second place plus 604. Brianna Cote plus 574 in third. Diana Zavyalova plus 516 in fourth. And Jordan Richard with the 255 last game moves back into the top 5 at plus 502. First player out, Birgit Norrijks, the Go Bowling Classic champion, at plus 450, 52 back. Sydney Brummett plus 436, 66 back. Erin McCarthy plus 430, 72 back. Daria Payuk plus 422. She is 80 pins back. And then Misaki Mukutani moves into the top 10. Plus 404, she's 98 back. Ashley Rucker 100 back at plus 402. And then Jen Higgins, our IBC Classic champion, at plus 400, 102 back with 4 to go.
Oh, thanks for looking into that, Fran. We appreciate you. Sandy, yeah, that would be an impressive. That's an impressive game. Not clearly a little bit of a hiccup there, but certainly she's well in control of her destiny at the moment. Big game here against Brianna Cote. They are tied at 574, I believe. As she tries to kick out that 10. Doesn't quite get it to go. But an early open by Brianna puts Verity in control of this match. We have an update. Verity is actually at 6:04. Fran says 23-1. Aaron Smith was she remembers somebody doing that. Is not 100% clear on who particularly it was. We'll allow that because you have watched a lot of match play in your day.
The best run I can recall seeing in person was Marshall Kent at the U.S. Open in 2016. Went 20-4 in over the course of 24 games on the way to the top seed. Of course, that matchup memorable, or that television final memorable, because Francois Lavoie,
Frankie,
for a piece of history, young man. Marshall Holman and Dave Ryan on the call for that one.
Frankie liked winning majors.
It's kind of his thing.
So in the beginning of the week, Aaron, we had talked a lot. We had talked a lot about Jillian and whether or not she would live up to the expectations, hold up to the pressure, get ahead of herself, all these things that, even the best players can fall victim to. And now to see her stay calm, execute her shots, adapt, overcome, and now just obviously start to kind of run away with the lead here. I mean, you don't make a career in a single tournament. But man, what a way to start things out here for herself this year. It's extraordinarily impressive, and I can't wait to continue to follow her career as she progresses through college, and then of course, it seems like she's on a collision course with the PWBA as a member eventually. When that time comes, get your education first, folks. Get that education. If you have an opportunity to bowl and get an education at the same time, you would be amiss to not do so. So, has she decided on what school she's going to yet, Aaron?
No, there has been no announcement and no video of any coaches jumping up and down for joy for such a thing. So, as far as I know, she is
still a free agent.
She is still keeping that under wraps for now. She has a front runner, but yes, I'm sure quite a few scholarship letters have been handed to her, sent her way. So
that is correct, Kendall. If Jillian sacrificed her amateur status to join the PWBA and collect money, she would lose her scholarship money, and she would not be able to bowl in college. So a smart move for her here to, and it's cool that we have the opportunity for her to get a smart scholarship funds in lieu of that prize fund. And I think that's very cool. If you check out live scoring, Verity Crawley is at 6:04. So little zero got jammed in between or 3 got added to the front end of her score. So she is at 604. We'll get that corrected. A little graphic glitch there. Verity is currently sitting in second place. Currently 30 pins ahead of Brianna Cote. So if Brianna were to win this match, it would, by virtue, she would pass Verity almost certainly. So Diana Zavjalova sitting at 516, Jordan Richard at 502. And then a little bit of a drop off here. Birgit Norike sitting at 450. She's 52 out of the show. And you look at looks like there's still some room for people to move. The time has come now, though, Aaron. Your opportunities are narrowing if you're looking out. And seeing, hey, you got 3.5 more games left. So you probably got to win all your matches. If you're looking, 100 and something odd pins out of the show. You look down to maybe Liz Johnson, Valerie Bercier, I would say are the outside chances, but that's if they win the rest of their matches and bowl pretty impressively and get a couple of breaks in favor of them. So it's the picture's starting to get a little bit more clear, a little bit more apparent as we move into this 6th game here coming up in a few frames.
Oh, nice cover there by DZ. Looking to find some momentum here today. She's been giving pins back. 1 in 3 on the day so far, and just one game. Her opening game was 200. Everything else has been sub 170. So 155, 163, 150. Finding a little momentum here, and that spare conversion huge. She's in a close matchup with Birgit. But yeah. I mean, you're 100% on there, Mr. Von Kruger. The time is now. There's been a lot of folks hanging around the number and kind of keeping it within their vision. They're tailing, but it's time to hit the gas pedal. Time to go.
We've had a couple of people talk about running out the shots. Obviously, you don't want to interrupt or interfere with other bowlers. And so there is a pair courtesy, right? So, she's not. She's not, it's not like she's running into people as they bowl. You want to be smart about it, but I haven't heard much of an issue here. There's been a lot of bowlers throughout the years who have run out a lot of shots. So, keep it classy if you can, but, nothing wrong with a little bit of excitement there, Aaron.
And, in watching it, I don't think it's being done by any stretch, to show up her opponent or anything like that. It's Absolutely. Done out of pure excitement of
a joy
making a great shot here on the biggest stage out there.
And Joe, you are absolutely right. If there is an issue, Tennille is on top of things. Major Milligan runs an amazing tournament, amazing tour out here, and she is the leader out here. These ladies look up to her; they respect her, and you always want to try to maintain yourself on the good side of Tennille. So.
Jordan Richard putting together another nice game here on 9 and 10. As she takes on Kelly Kulik. Can get to 259, so she was in the 250s last game. Jordan looking to make her second show of the Summer Classic Series. Valerie Bercier. After leading in the opening round, Valerie's, been given some pins back, has been hanging around, hasn't made a run at the, hasn't had that big game. She's putting that up right now, over on 7 and 8. She takes on Giselle Paz. She can shoot 280, which would be an absolute monster game right now. Then Misaki Mugutani, who's kind of been hanging around that 90 out, 100 out range. She started with the front five. She can get to 268 this game, over on 5 and 6.
Yeah, Misaki has been in and out of the top 5 throughout the event. But hey, Aaron, I've got a fact or fiction for you.
Oh, let's go.
I've got a fact or fiction in honor of the closing of the Olympics. The Olympic event of pole vaulting. Okay, pole vaulting was originally invented by ancient Greek prisoners in order to escape over prison walls. These prisoners were praised for their cleverness and allowed to remain outside of the prison for their athletic feats. True or false?
Well, I mean, I feel you wouldn't do like a half and half, or part of it's true and part of it's false. You think of how NASCAR got its start, was essentially kind of along the same lines. So trying to stay away from getting caught, and ended up having to pole vault out of jail. I just don't feel that it'd be like, okay, you can do cool things and pole vault over our fences, and then you just get to stay out. I feel it doesn't work that way, but potentially I'm going to go with fiction on this one, but okay. I'm intrigued to see what the chat has in store for this one.
Ken is abstaining. Ken says, I'm done. You have the disorder of what I like to call 50-50-90, Ken. Whenever presented with a 50-50 chance of getting something correct, you get it wrong 90% of the time. You and I are in the same boat. Jennifer says, it sounds like it could be true. I'll re-ask the question one more time, just so everybody can hear it again. The Olympic event of pole vaulting was originally invented by ancient Greek prisoners in order to escape over prison walls. These prisoners were praised for their cleverness and allowed to remain outside of the prison.
See, that last part just gets me. That last part's the wrench in it for me, because it sounds plausible, and then I don't know. I just don't see that being the deciding factor of being like, okay, touche, salesman, touche. But we'll see here in a moment. We'll get a few more answers there in the chat. And
Uh-oh, we got some information coming in. Looks like we have it's split pretty 50. It is not true, Aaron. It is not true.
Woo.
You got that one right.
On the scoreboard.
And as somebody in the chat has already, Joe already kind of alluded to, it came about actually in Germany in the 1850s. So while that one sounded really clever and sounded true, it is false. So a little fun there. You know, it is true, though. Verity Crawley is bowling very well. She has really just stayed focused and just really trying to control what she can control. Come on. And I've been very impressed with just her ability to kind of take all the noise that's starting to kind of buzz around her and just kind of put it aside and say, hey, you know what? I can't control any of that stuff, but what I can control is how I execute my shots. And she is executing at a very high level right now. She just needs to keep it clean here against Brianna, and she will take the victory here once again. And then the top five really starting to take shape, and you have a couple of competitors that are really starting to break away from the rest of the pack. And it looks like Verity is one of those, and obviously Jillian, who is just, again, undefeated so far today.
And she's collecting another one, too, against Jen Higgins. Going to get the win 221 to 203. Valerie Bercier, though, going to be in the 240s this game. We mentioned Jordan off to the strong start over on 9 and 10. She's faltered a little bit, but can still get the 217 in position to get a victory as well.
Yeah, Kelly can get the first hit here. Not even the first hit. She just needs to stay clean. And it looks like she'll pick up that victory no matter what Kelly does. So Jordan lanes 9 and 10 right now. But you know what? She wants to get the first two in that 10th frame to try to collect that victory right there and pick up some pins.
So this matchup between DZ and Birgit, with DZ looking at another split. She's picked up a version of this a little bit earlier. Let's see if she can make a run at it one more time. That's going to be a little too heavy on the 3. So she's going to be at 180. She's going to drop to plus 486. If Birgit, or excuse me, 496.
Yeah, 496.
Birgit is going to be, she's already in the 220s. She's going to get to plus 500. She is going to go around Diana, and it looks like she's going to be moving into 5th spot here. Sydney Brummett's going to get a victory as well, but the score a little bit lower, so going to win 180. So she's still going to be hanging around. So she's going to move up to the plus 450 range, give or take. But First time today, Diana's going to fall out of the top 5.
Yeah, it's and it's hard to stay. It's hard to stay in the top 5 when you have 1-2-0 to your names today. So, but the good news is for Diana, and the incredible news for Diana is that she's still in position to make the top. And that is just absolutely incredible that she is still able to, despite the struggles she's had today, she is still right there. And so let's see if she can put things together. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, makes things very interesting. So Brianna gets this next hit. That would put her in the 2 teens, if I'm doing my math correctly.
Yep.
If she does not get it, it puts her at 2-0. So this hit is important for Brianna, and she's going to come in light.
This one's in the books for Verity.
And Verity's going to get a little bailed out here. But not what you want to leave in the not what you want to leave in the 10th frame there. So she'll try to pick this up. She'll try to get to the left side of that 2. It's going to be heavy on the 2 pin, and she'll walk away with a 2-11. But picks up the 30 bonus pins. That puts her at 43 pins to the positive, giving her 647. 645.
And another note is Bree will be 201, so 575. Misaki Mukotani has continued to strike. She's in the 260s, so if she strikes on her fill ball, that's 268. She'll move up to plus 502, so she would go around Diana as well. So Diana's potentially falling back to 7th place here.
Day Rich picks up the win with a 216.
Said 216, so
That's
she'll be at 548.
Yes, that seems to be about right. Yes, 548. So 548 for Jordan Richard. Brianna is going to tread a little water there. Not going to, just really not going to pick anything up, not really going to lose anything. So things starting to get a little more interesting, a little more compression there in that top 7. And like we said, all it takes is one big game, Aaron. And you look at what Mukotani did here in this game, and she erased a 98-pin deficit just like that. So those players that are sitting in that 100, 120 range, they can keep. I bet you they can make a run. They just need to keep their head focused and try to put some things together here. Maybe this is a time where you get aggressive. You try to do something. You got nothing to lose at this point. 2-0s aren't going to win it. 2-0s aren't going to do it. So try some new things. Make a couple of bold choices and try to see if you can make yourself a move here in these last few games.
All right, folks. Game 5 in the books. Game 6 coming up next here on BowlTV at the PWBA BowlTV Classic. Before we get into game number 6, I want to give a shout out to another gold industry partner here on the PWBA Tour, Storm. Storm Bowling is the leading manufacturer of high-performance bowling equipment. Visit your local VIP Pro Shop to pick up your new Storm bowling ball and bowl up a storm. Learn more by visiting stormbowling.com. And folks, as we have here throughout the course of the PWBA Tour season, we want to give a big thank you to Storm because we're going to be giving away a bowling ball of your choice from Storm during the Stepladder Finals tonight. So Stepladder Finals, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Storm Bowling Ball will be given away. So thank you again to Storm and all of our gold industry partners. Check them out, stormbowling.com. Quick rundown of the lineup here for Game 6 across the house. On 1 and 2, Maria Jose Rodriguez against Sydney Brummett and Brianna Cote taking on Lauren Pate. On 3 and 4, our tournament leader, Jillian Martin against Danielle McCune and Diana Zavyalova taking on Rocio Restrepo. Over on 5 and 6, Erin McCarthy against Jen Higgins and Giselle Paz taking on Kelly Kulik. On 7 and 8, Ashley Rucker against Daria Payuk and Tanya Ramanpour against Stephanie Zavala. 9 and 10, Dasha Kopilova versus Birgit Norreichs and Julia Bond against Misaki Mukutani. Then on 11 and 12, Liz Johnson versus Verity Crawley and Jordan Richard taking on Valerie Mercier. Well, that's a pretty big matchup. On 11 and 12, Valerie and Jordan, another position round type match after Valerie had the big game. Mentioned chance at 247. I do not recall if she got there or not at the moment. That would put her around the plus 445 range, if that was the case. So as soon as we get an update, we'll be right back here on BowlTV.com. Game 6 of 8. Final round of match play. Position round looming here on BowlTV, folks. Then our top 5 will be determined. Have a little bit of a break to get ready for the stepladder finals. Now it's go time. The final day, the final event, the final title of the Summer Classic Series, all culminating today, right here on BowlTV. Let's see if DZ can get something going here. Once again, we predict her falling out of the top 5 for the first time today. Cote within the number, Jillian Martin, the top seed. So we'll get that score update. We'll be right back here on BowlTV for the BowlTV Classic. Game 6 of 8. Here in our third round of round robin match play at the BowlTV Classic. Curtis, you realize we're mere moments away from a position round.
I'm trying to keep myself in some varying degree of control. So the mere mention of it piques my excitement, and I don't know if I'm gonna run across the bowling center like Julian Martin running out of strike here pretty soon. I'm interested. What intrigues me at the moment is what are the gaps going to be? Who will realistically have a run at this thing? And the thing is adding that extra player to where a person who is in the show is bowling somebody who is outside of the show adds an additional layer of excitement, because immediately those two players are, that one spot is almost certainly up for grabs by the convention of who will win that match, right? If it's within 30 pins, whoever wins the match is most likely in, barring some huge game thrown by somebody in the lower mix, or somebody above them bowling a really, really bad game. But when you look at that, it really adds a lot of intrigue, that extra position here for the stepladder final. We've been doing four-player stepladder focuses, stepladders, and now this extra fifth one will add an extra game for the stepladder, which is awesome. Gives another player an opportunity to make the run, and just adds a lot of intrigue to this final tournament of this great event. It's been a lot of fun
Yeah, the Classic Series has been a pretty fun experience so far. I'd have to agree with that between the one in January. Obviously, getting the PWBA back was a very monumental moment after losing the 2020 season. But yeah, I mean, I've been a fan of having, and I'm sure the good folks on BowlTV have enjoyed it as well. The chance to sit back and watch PWBA and these great athletes compete for basically a week straight is pretty great stuff. Very compelling to watch throughout the course of the past, or basically all of August so far. We've been here, but a lot of opportunities, a lot of intrigue, and as we talked about with the Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year races, it really becomes a massive event. It's like a mini major almost, except there's multiple events taking place. So it's there's so much going on. There's so much anticipation, especially looking ahead to these final events. You look at making the top 24 out of a very tough 56 player field is a challenge. It's tough. You throw out the patterns. Of course, the ITRC making it tricky in its own right as well. And yeah, that's it's going to make for some great intrigue, some excitement, and more here on BowlTV.com. Real big opportunity here for Diana to double up in the fifth. Looking for her first victory since game one here of this block. With Rocio having some struggles. Nice little momentum change for DZ if she can get it.
Oof. And that's, when the day hasn't been going well for you, you're looking for that switch in momentum. You're looking for that change. You throw what you think is a good shot, and that one looked pretty good off her hand.
Mm-hmm.
Could have easily struck. Those are the moments that are probably the most mentally draining, especially in the sport of bowling, which at times has a uniqueness to it where unlike some other sports, sometimes you're not necessarily rewarded for the best shot you can make. It's a convention of our game. We understand it. It adds some level of intrigue to things, but you got to be able. Part of that means you have to be able to work through it. You have to be able to move past it and understand that it's something that is just going to happen. And so she needs a pick-me-up. She needs, maybe a cup of coffee or something, because, she has to be able to move past the emotions she might be experiencing right now, because all that self-doubt is starting to creep in. And unfortunately, we have seen some issues with DZ kind of, I hate to say it, but she kind of fades in the end. She puts herself in the conversation. She looks like she's going to have this really strong tournament. She's in the top 4. She's in the top 5. And then over a period of the last few games, we've seen her kind of, I guess, get in too much inside her head, or maybe she's overthinking things, whatever the case may be. And so I would love to see Diana kind of overcome that difficulty, that challenge here, and rise to the occasion and make some good shots here. At least make good shots. Whether or not they strike or not is a different story. Just make some good shots, put things behind you, and kind of move forward from there. Another decent shot.
Yep.
Another decent shot.
Rocio, an opportunity here to take the advantage in the matchup here. And gets the double.
And that's just great conversion there by Diana. If you lose that mental focus even for a moment, those single pins are the things that are going to bite you. And so it was great of her to not shoot herself in the foot too much. She's thrown some decent shots in the pocket. She could easily have a 3-bagger right now, but doesn't add insult to injury. As Jillian just throwing another one down there. Here DZ is stepping up again. There it is. Great shot there by Diana, showing some resolve here. He has a 2-team possible out there for her. But this game is still close. This game is still a slugfest between her and Rocio. And so, yeah, absolutely. And Jillian Tracy, I think you might have a bias toward her name, maybe just a little bit. maybe just a little. But it is a great game. And her game, I wish I had her game. And I mean, I would call myself Jillian as well if it meant that I inherited her game. Is that how it works, Aaron? Can I just change my name and inherit Jillian's skills?
I mean, it works. It works for me. Yeah, I don't see any flaws in that plan.
Perfect, nailed it. Although you know what, I kind of like the name Verity as well. So, I mean, if the table is open.
I mean, if for just smoothness.
Yeah, absolutely.
The back-to-back V's with the Von Kruger there would have the.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Would be very nice. I think that would be.
I'll wear the rose in my hair too. I mean, absolutely. Who do you think most people would root for? Verity or Jillian? That's a tough question.
That is
a really tough question.
Verity is one of the
most beloved players.
Definitely one of the biggest fan bases out there, especially here on BowlTV. But yes, the Jillian Martin fans are well represented as well.
So drop who you're rooting for in the stepladder. Are you team Jillian, or are you team Verity, or are you team somebody else? Yeah, she will make an absolutely monstrous jump in Player of the Year. And as we have discussed earlier, if she were to win this event, I know there's some math involved, Aaron, but she would take over as Player of the Year, and a light shot in there. 2-4-10 there for Jillian.
Yeah, there's a few scenarios with depending on the placement of Julia Bond and Dasha Kovalova, but Julia has fallen to 23rd place as the front runner. Dasha's moved up a couple spots; she's up to 16th now. But yeah, very well could happen. Yes.
Regardless of the minutia of it, she will be in the thick of things heading into these last few events of the season. Regardless of where things shake out from the remainder of this event, and you guys discussed this earlier, in 2019, it was a one-horse race, and that horse was led wire to wire and almost lapped the field, and that was Shannon O'Keefe. And as documented, one of the greatest seasons in PWBA history. I believe it's number 9. From what I remember. So just a testament to an incredible season. This season is not 2019. It is a different beast altogether, and that means there are a lot of contingencies and alternatives and different scenarios that can play out throughout the season. And so there's a lot of intrigue as to who will be Player of the Year. And last year, it was just all but sewn up toward the end of the season already. That is definitely not the case right here. And other races are also very much in the works too. PBA Rookie of the Year, although Diana Zavalova, Stephanie Zavala, I don't know why I did that, has really cemented herself as the front runner for Rookie of the Year. I think Brianna Klemmer still has a good chance of making a run and claiming that title as well.
We do have a score update available after 21 games. 18-3 plus 851 is Jillian. She is 5-0 this block. Verity plus 645, Brianna Cote plus 575, Jordan Richard plus 548, and Birgit Norrijks at plus 506, your top 5. 6 pins out after 266 last game Misaki Mukutani at plus 500. 10 pins back, Diana Z plus 496. Sydney Brummett 52 back at plus 454. Aaron McCarthy 62 back plus 444. Valerie Bercier plus 443, 63 back. In 10th place, and then Jen Higgins plus 403, 103 back.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're in third place, your lead's not safe. I mean, at this point in time, Jillian and Verity look all but assured to make a show. I mean, although 140 sticks is not insurmountable for anybody, Verity is going to grab another victory here against Liz Johnson and can bowl a 2-0 to do it. And it looks like she will. So 204 possible, 214 possible for Verity here. It'll put her close to 700 with 2 to go.
Some big scores out there from players within the top 5, though. Birgit is going to get a victory against Dasha. She's going to be in the 230s. So she's going to push that number a little bit higher. Jordan Richard can get to 249 still. She is going to collect a victory against Valerie Bercier. So it looks like this is probably the end of Valerie's run. She can only shoot 170 this game, but has been bowling great all week, and probably just going to be coming up a little bit short here with 2 to go. Misaki can get to 213 in a close matchup against Julia Bond. So that will that 10th frame will be of some intrigue for the bonus pins.
Jordan is going to be on the north side of 600, depending on how things shake out. So that she could close the gap a little bit on Verity, kind of jockeying for that position. And here's the situation where first, second, and third really start to matter a lot more. You know, positioning is important here. You look at Brianna Cote, she is gutting out a 2-0 right now. If you look at live scoring, she's trying to keep things calm and can still win her match against Lauren Pate. So that's going to be an important. These next couple of frames are pretty important for her as well.
Absolutely. Even for Sydney Brummett here, tight matchup against Maria Jose Rodriguez, still hanging around, wanting to keep her name in the conversation. But DZ with this 3-bagger here really could use
next two
here in the 10th to get that confidence going. And as we mentioned, she's not gaining any ground on Birgit or Jordan this game, so she's going to need this to keep herself within reasonable distance with 2 to go.
Rick asks a good question. It will be the same pattern, and they will put out a fresh laydown of it here on lanes 9 and 10. Is where it's going to be. The television show or the stepladder final will be held. So yeah, absolutely the same pattern. That'd be this tricky pattern that we have laid down here for this final event. Pretty flat, lots of hook. And it's funny, we're talking about Diana Zavyalova. She could very easily right now, Aaron, very easily have a 6-bagger.
No, made some great shots there in the 5th and the 6th, a couple of 10 pins that did not go her way. But yeah, much different story.
Brianna Cote, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say Danielle with the Open is going to give Jillian another win. So she's moving to 19-3.
Everything's falling her way. I mean, when you have a record like that, obviously you're going to catch some breaks to get there, but it's not luck. You have to put yourself in position to win no matter what. And it doesn't happen by accident. It's not happening in a vacuum. You know, they're bowling in the same lanes. They're under the same conditions as everybody else. And so that's just an insanely impressive record, no matter how you slice it. Lauren Pate has an opportunity to beat Brianna Cote here. Brianna, the best she can do is 187. So Lauren would have to find a double here somewhere. And that's going to come across, and lucky to only leave the 10 pin there. And just a reminder, y'all, there is 2-lane courtesy. So there will not be any bowlers on the approaches to the left and right of any bowler that is going. That's just the way it is. And so you can get a little more lively, and it's not going to affect. Now, if you're running out 2-3 lane, if you're running out to lane, if you're on lane 3 and you're running out to lane 5, that might be a little too much. But if you're creeping over into that next lane over next to you, there's not going to be any video in there. So it shouldn't be a big issue. And, if it is distracting to somebody, they will definitely, they can have that conversation. But Jillian's out there showing some excitement and getting into this game. She's bowling potentially the biggest event of her life at young career at this point in time. So a little excitement out there. Oh man. She did all that work, Diana did all that climbing, all that work. She will collect the victory here. She will beat Rocio. But
she's going to be about 60 back now. 2 to go, give or take. Mukutani as well, opened in her 10th frame to finish with 189 in the loss. Jordan Richard 249, so yes. She is solidifying her spot as well. So Birgit and Jordan, really the big benefactors this game in improving their own position. And going to be putting a little pressure on Brianna here as well, as back-to-back single pin opens for Lauren Pate.
Oh, man.
Could be going to give Brianna the opportunity to
strike double here.
Double to get the 30.
Yeah, double gets her to, guarantees her the 30.
So DZ with given 23 back, but getting the 30, he'll get to plus 480. If Sydney is able to get the win against Maria needs all 3 in the 10th and will not get the first one. So that's where Sydney's going to, Sydney's going to be at plus 478. But quickly they find themselves, give or take, about 70, 80 pins out of the number now. It's crazy how quick it goes like that.
Yeah, no, it evaporates.
Because McCarthy was 2-0, but she wasn't going to get the victory. Bercier struggled. DZ, we've talked about her. Misaki not getting the win. So they're all south of plus 500. Beer gets getting into the plus 65, 70 range. Jordan's going north of plus 600. We'll see what Cote gets to here, but she's still going to be ahead of the pace. She may actually drop, depending on how this goes, she could drop to 5th. But she would still have a bit of a buffer to work with. And I mean, the biggest thing for the players on the outside looking in right now is if Cote doesn't win this game, and Lauren Pate's going to get the double there. Wasn't the way she planned it, but Cote could fall to about plus 540, plus 550 if she doesn't double. Not going to get the hit. Just good count now for Lauren Pate to get the 30. And spare strike here. Cote's at plus 551. She's going to move to 5th with that. That's going to have about 60 pins to work with. All right, folks, going to get into game 7 here. $176 does put Cote at plus 551, but still in the top 5. We want to take this opportunity to recognize another gold industry partner, Brunswick. Brunswick has been a proven industry leader for over 100 years. For more information, be sure to check them out at www.brunswickbowling.com. A big thank you to Brunswick for their continued support. And, of course, talked about bowling ball giveaways. They're going to be helping us out a little bit later as well during the stepladder finals. Going to be giving away a Melee Jab Midnight Blue from Brunswick during the stepladder finals, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 Central, and local time here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Arlington, Texas, specifically for the PWBA BowlTV Classic. So you got to watch to win on BowlTV. A big thank you to Brunswick. Let's get you that lineup here for Game 7 before the position round upcoming for Game 8. On 1 and 2, we're going to have Ashley Rucker against Jen Higgins and Dasha Kovalova taking on Verity Crawley. Over on 3 and 4, Erin McCarthy taking on Daria Payuk and Liz Johnson against Birgit Norreichs. On 5 and 6, Jillian Martin versus Sydney Brummett and Julia Bond taking on Valerie Bercier. 7 and 8, Maria Jose Rodriguez against Danielle McEwen and Jordan Richard against Misaki Mukotani. 9 and 10, Brianna Cote against Rocio and Giselle Paz versus Stephanie Zavala. And finally on 11 and 12, Diana Zavyelova taking on Lauren Pate and Tanya Ramapour taking on Kelly Kulik. As we have that score update, we'll let you good folks know. Game 7 underway here. ITRC. Liz Johnson doing Liz Johnson things right there. as we head down the home stretch. Scores for 22 upcoming soon. Game 23 underway from the BowlTV Classic.
In just one game's time, it will be position round. The round of positions. Our own little personal Game of Thrones, if you will. It'll be the last opportunity these bowlers have to make it in the top 5. We are awaiting a score update here going into the 7th game. And we have a lot of bowlers now that will be in position to make the top 5. A couple of bowlers that have all but locked up their spots. Barring some major meltdown. But there are still a number of spots that are going to be up for grabs as we approach this stepladder final that will be happening tonight. We will crown a champion today. Will Verity Crawley get her second PWBA title this season and the second of her career? Will she reassert herself as the player of the year frontrunner? Can Brianna Cote take home a second title? Will Jordan Richards shake off some early season rust and claim a title for her third of her career? Can Birgit Norreis claim 2 titles in a single week? Some of the lines of intrigue we have coming into these last couple of games. Will Misaki Mukotani from Japan, an individual who made it out of the TQR, or excuse me, showing my age, the PTQ. Can she fight her way? Somebody who's been hanging around the entire top 24. Can she make it into that top 5? Right now, we have an update. Here is your top 5 as it stands right now. Jillian Martin, well in the lead. 862 over, 19-3 record. Verity Crawley, currently in second place, 689 over with a 14-8 record. Jordan Richard has been making steadily a very big move this block. Has won 4 out of 6. Shot a 249 last game with a win. Currently in third place. She is only 62 pins behind third. She is also looks like 58 pins ahead of Birgit Moritz, sitting in fourth place. Birgit has won 5 out of 6. Her only loss coming to in game 2 at 166. Otherwise, she shot games of 235, 246, 200, 226, and 233 to reinsert herself in this conversation. Brianna Cote is now in 5th place, and she is only 18 sticks behind Birgit Moritz. Brianna has had a very solid day, although she has lost her last 3 matches. She is 48 pins ahead of Diana Zavjalova, who as of right now is on lanes 11 and 12, bowling Lauren Pate, and has rolled the front 3. So Diana Zavjalova, trying to bounce back, has had a very rough go of things, has only won 2 matches. Her high game of the block so far is 200. But that matters not, because she has the opportunity right now to shake all of that off and bowl a big game and be right back in that top 5. Misaki Mukatani had a rough end to her last game, shooting a 189 in a losing effort, is 62 out of the show. 14 pins behind Diana Zavjalova. Sydney Brummett is in 8th place at 478 over, 73 out of the show. Then Erin McCarthy is in 9th. Jen Higgins is in 10th. Daria Payok 11th. Valerie Bercier in 12th, and so on down the line. They still have an outside shot maybe through 9, I would say, maybe 8, 9, realistically. Sydney Brummett, 73 out. Still has the opportunity to do something here. It would take a Herculean effort on the part of Erin McCarthy or Jen Higgins or Daria Payok to make themselves a factor in these upcoming position round. And Erin McCarthy and Daria Payok are bowling each other. Jen Higgins, average start, bowling Ashley Rucker over there on lane 22. Jordan Richard is bowling Misaki Mukotani and has 2 opens through the first 3 frames. And Misaki as well has 2 opens through the first 3 frames. So that game is still wide open. Brianna Cote threw a strike after a couple of opens on lane 9 and 10. She is bowling Rocio Restrepo, bowling for pride at this point. Still a great week for Rocio. Diana Zavjalova on 11 and 12 with the front 4. And this could be the opportunity that she needs to fight back and be right back in that top 5. Doesn't matter what has happened before. It matters what is happening right now. And right now, she has that opportunity. Front 4 here for Diana Zavjalova. Birgit also struggling, as you see here. I absolutely think Birgit can hold on to that 5th spot. She has proven herself throughout this week. She is a fierce competitor as she covers that spare expertly.
Yeah, confidence has to be through the roof right now for Birgit after the win at the Go Bowling Classic. And, it's making a late charge here. I think that speaks a lot
Absolutely.
of it as well. Hasn't been a player who's been in that top 5 throughout the course of the week. She's been fighting to stay in it and has now taken advantage of it here in the final block to put herself in position.
Diana Zavjalova started out with the front 4 and a brutal night. Stops the streak at 4 in the 5th frame, but she is well in control of that match and still has tons of possibilities. Aaron, I really feel like I want to watch this DZ match.
All right. For a second there, I thought you were going to ask for more cowbell.
I mean, that's always implied.
But I like what you're thinking, though. Let's do that.
I do have a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell. Aaron, I wake up every morning and put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. But after my pants are on, I go and make gold records.
Classic. Fantastic. We're going to head over there, 11 and 12.
Oh, there we are.
And
go
ahead.
The 9-pin was absolutely good. High flush, beautiful shot, perfect shot. But, alas, still very much control this match, Aaron Smith.
Timing for a Lou Marquez drop in as well there. Big shout out to Lou and Nick Harishny for all their work this week. We mentioned the ITRC and their staff a couple times. Nick and Lou are 2 of the best out there. So a big thank you to them for their work this week and everything they do to make the ITRC exactly what it is, the home of Team USA.
Yeah, the number of hours that are logged this week has been incredible. And all the credit in the world for them. They are here before we even get here, and they are here after we leave. So this couldn't happen without them. They have ensured that these machines are running perfectly. They've ensured that the conditions are as good as they can be. So a big shout out to them.
Now, Curtis, one thing to note about 11 and 12 here, this was the pair that kind of slowed down Diana after her big run in Game 7 at the end of the second round. So 11 and 12, she slowed down quite a bit at the end of round 2, but going to have the single pin there, as you mentioned, well in control of the match, looking for a little redemption and trying to put herself in position to make a run here in the final game.
Joe asks a really good question. And the answer, Joe, is yes. 14-pound balls, statistically, and we have the empirical data to kind of back it up, does affect carry percentage based on entry angle. Some of the refined research they do here at the ITRC, Aaron.
Very, very true. And obviously that also affects the dynamics of the bowling ball inside of it with core numbers and all that. So you'll usually see that printed on materials for bowling balls that, if you're expecting a certain RG with the bowling ball because you see it at 15, that's not necessarily the case at 14. So, that kind of affects that too. So I know in talking to Bree, she can't necessarily go to someone else and just say, hey, what ball you're throwing, because the core dynamics make it a little bit different. But based off of her knowing her equipment so well, she knows the equivalent of that when, if she's trying to work off of someone else, from the Storm Roto 900 team to find the right look or make the right ball choice, she can work in that to make that happen.
Yeah, and if you were to look inside a bowling ball, the internals of it literally can be completely different from one weight to the other when you get into those lower weights. 15 and 16 typically, you see them typically be pretty much the same between 15 and 16 pound balls. You got to feel like all these frames coming up for DZ are going to be big.
Looking at Birgit, nothing too crazy this game. She's down in her match against Liz Johnson. Just one strike up on the board and open up there. Where is Cote at? Cote's 9 and 10. She has a slow start where she's bowling Rocio, who's also, nothing too crazy yet. So both of those matches are winnable, but not necessarily high scores. So yes, the time to strike, literally and figuratively.
I see what you did there.
Is now for DZ. Jordan Richard struggling as well. Misaki Mukutani, you mentioned that they're facing off on 7 and 8, and low scoring battle right now through the first 6 frames.
Dan, that is a fantastic point you just made. Absolutely 100% true. If you have the option to choose between control or a little bit of a carry difference, I would go for the Colt control, because it's not going to be, if you can't hit the pocket as much, the carry doesn't matter. So absolutely a wonderful point you make there. Dan, at any age, that's more important. I mean, if you can do that, control the pocket, make your spares, you're gonna be really good. It doesn't matter what age. That never is out of style, because there will come a time when striking is not what's going to get you the win. And you look at it every week, Aaron. You look at it every single week. Somebody misses a cut by, Tim, but she's in the pocket though. Diana's in the pocket. You see if somebody miss a cut by 1 pin, 2 pins. A perfect example would be Shaylin Zulkifli this week. Was one open frame away from making the top 24. So at the end of the day, makeable spares, that's what makes you the money. As they say, strike for show, spare for dough. Just keep this one, spare this one out. Lauren Pate is not really in the pocket right now. Diana has this well under control, picks up the spare.
And it becomes a unique situation too, where obviously she more than likely knows she's not in the top 5 right now. And there's a matter of pressing and there's a matter of controlling. And right now, controlling is not a bad thing. There's times to press, but right now she doesn't have to necessarily do that. Front 4, even if she spares out, that's going to be, 220s with the bonus pins, gets her into that plus 50 range. Her opponents, who she's trying to catch, aren't going crazy this game. They are not. I mean, the Jordan Richard Misaki match, someone has to win 30 or 15. I mean, that's a given because they're bowling each other, but Birgit currently losing her match. Nothing crazy. Brianna Cote currently down in her match. Also nothing crazy going on scoring pace wise. So
yeah,
certainly something to potentially juggle in this craziness that is the BowlTV Classic right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Comment of the day so far by Brian. This gets the Curtis Comment of the Day award so far. My kids told me all spares are makeable, just not by you. Ouch. That one's got to hurt a little bit there. All right, DZ. She got one back there. That's a little payback there for the 9-pin she left earlier. She's crossed over. She's gotten a little high on that. Got a little high or crossed over on 12 the last 2 times. So obviously you think either a big move is coming or a ball change. I would imagine a move is coming, or she just didn't throw it like she wanted to. And with nobody running away with it, Aaron, this position round is going to be nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's going to compress. Everything is going to be tight. And you're going to have a lot of players with the opportunity to make a big jump into that top 5. And it looks like, though, right now, Diana is in a very good spot to at least be in the number going into the final game.
She's down by 48 to Brianna Cote at the moment. So, as we said, Cote against Rocio on 9 and 10. Rocio with the advantage through 8. So there is a chance that she might be able to get through this game. As you said, in position for the victory, especially if she's able to rattle off a couple more strikes here.
Yeah, now she is finishing on 12, which is not her good lane. It seems that 12 is hooking a little bit more at the moment. As you can see, there's been some difficulties on that lane. The trick right now is just getting the ball through the front part of the lane. They're so hot on the front parts. It's hard to get your ball down to the break point right now. Even if you're looking down the lane, it's really, really difficult to get it to get through the heads without burning up all of its energy.
That was a pretty fantastic shot right there.
It absolutely was. And it's a win, right?
It is, yeah.
I think she has great situational awareness right now. And she knows that she's in control. She's in the pocket. She's going to lead makeables. If you lead makeables, you're not going to give anything up. Pick up your spares, call it a day. I love it. We have some statesman bowlers out here in our chat right now. Chris, Aaron, and that's just a testament to one of the big reasons I love bowling, and that's because bowling is a what I like to call a lifelong sport. It's something you can do forever, for the most part. It doesn't matter if you're competing at the highest level. It does not matter if you are averaging 100 or 220. Go out, have a few laughs and some fun with your closest friends and family. Enjoy the great community that is the bowling community, and it is a gift that just continues to give here, and has given me and my family so much over the years. So I love it. I love the passion that we have in our community and our sport.
Curtis, that sounds like an awesome opportunity to also remind everybody that National Bowling Day is coming up this weekend. August 14th, second Sunday in August, typically National Bowling Day, and the folks at Go Bowling working with Fox and Friends to bring Jillian Martin, of all folks. I think she's going to have a pretty cool story potentially to tell when she is bowling on Fox and Friends in New York City. So looking forward to that this weekend. And yeah, as you said, great way to spend some time with family and friends.
Larry, that is a heartwarming story right there. Absolutely. Anyone can bowl. I took my Aaron Smith, I took my daughter to bowling for the first time a couple of weeks ago. 3 years old. And she absolutely loved it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, it made my heart very happy. There's that nervous. You're nervous, right? Like, oh man, what if she hates this? What if she does not like this at all? Because it means so much to Dad. It means so much to her daddy. Then it would be devastating. But she was like, I'm good. I'm gonna go play with my Barbies. But no, she had a great time. She bowled 3 games, so the attention span was there.
She has more games than I do in the past couple months. So
she almost has more games than I do. Actually, we're tied, to be honest. Big shot here for DZ. Big shot here for DZ. This is her part. This lane has kind of overreacted on her. Oh, that floated through. Oh, what that is a big time shot there by Diana Zebian. A lane that she has struggled on the last couple of frames. And she just threw it perfectly. Did you see it just floated through the heads? It got to her spot and peeled. It was perfectly thrown and a big shot by a big time player here when it matters the most.
So she's already in the 220s. A spare here would get her to 227 and plus 560 overall with the victory. Max for Brianna Cote is 178. Chance for the win still available. So if that were the case, even with the win, I believe if Diana's able to get to 227, she would be ahead.
Yeah, all she needs is she'd obviously would love to bowl a 230 here. Oh, that just read a little earlier that time. Just read a little earlier, started checking up and rolling out a little earlier. High on the head pin there, and 610 should be a very makeable spare for her, and she'll walk away with 50 plus bonus pins, potentially going to put her at 560.
An update on Birgit, she got to 192, but is going to have a loss in her matchup, so she is going to fall to plus 561. So she's only going to be, it's going to be Birgit, Diana, just separated by 1 pin, and then we'll see what Brianna finishes up with. But 456 is going to be ridiculously close here.
Yeah, I mean, Brianna can only bowl a $178, and she'll barring an open here in the 10th frame. Well, yeah, barring an open in the 10th frame by Rocio Restrepo, she cannot win her match. So Rocio needs to pick up her spare and get 8. So things aren't said and done.
Jordan's going to finish this game with 158.
Ouch.
You saw the open in the on lane 8 there, the 410. Misaki can get the win, but only with 168, so she would actually not gain any pins in the plus category. Jordan's going to drop into the plus 580 range. So even she's not safe here with 1 to go.
Bruce, I couldn't have said it better myself. And you know what, Aaron? You know who's the most excited about all of this chaos happening here in the 7th game?
You.
That would be me. That would be absolutely me, because guess what is about to happen? That is position round is upon us, folks. We are a couple of 10 frames away from getting this thing kicked off. We're going to have a quick pause. There's going to be a quick pause for the reordering of things. We're going to calculate the scores. We're going to get the matches set, and we will get those to you as soon as we can. And then an epic position round will take place, as there are a slew of players at this point. Diana Zavyalová throwing a huge game when she needed it the most, kicking off her round woes to really have an impressive showing there. We've got 3 spots, most likely 3 spots available for the team.
Yeah. Verdi gave some pins back, but she's still going to have a pretty sizable buffer between her and the final few spots. So outside of one of those games that unfortunately has popped up a couple of times, but you don't expect her to give 70-80 pins back, and Bree is going to have the open, so she is going to drop to plus 504, it looks like.
Yep, 504,
and she is going to be about 50 plus pins out now. So we'll need a big effort. Looks like she's going to be taking on Diana. She would be taking on Diana. So the good news is, if she gets the win, there's 30 of it back right there, but would have to find a way to get some other pins. And during all that chaos that you talked about, Curtis, Jillian Martin just won another match. She's 7-0.
Yeah, she could literally take the game off at this point. Take the game off, kick her feet back, and still probably be in first place. An impressive showing here. But yeah, don't go to sleep. You can't sleep at a time like this.
There's no time for sleep.
There's no time for sleep. We're going to have a position round here just in a few moments. We're going to figure out the back end of things, and it's going to be exciting. Like, this is absolutely going to be pandemonium, and I'm here for it. I'm living for it right now.
All right, folks, a few final shots here before we get that announcement from Tennille Milligan that the position round is coming up next. Before we do that, however, want to give a shout out to our official lane maintenance provider, Kegel. With products for bowling centers, coaches, and mechanics, Kegel is truly built for bowling. Visit kegel.net to learn more about all they do for our great sport. And along with everything they do offer, you got to check out Specto. Specto Bowling has everything you need for a hardcore practice session. See your stats and learn what your ball is doing. Download the Specto Bowling app today. So big shout out to Kegel. The official lane maintenance provider of the PWBA Tour. And folks, I'm going to go over to 5 through 8 for now as we wait for the position round. I believe that will be the 5-6 matchup. So we'll keep an eye on that. So hang tight as we make that move.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our 23rd game of match play. We're going to add up our score sheets here, put them in order. We will have one more game to go, position round. Give us a moment, and we'll come back out to see who will make our live TV stepladder finals of the PWBA BowlTV Classic. Our position round will begin on 1 and 2. We will have positions 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our 23rd game of match play. We're going to add up our score sheets here, put them in order. We will have one more game to go, position round. Give us a moment, and we'll come back out to see who will make our live TV stepladder finals of the PWBA BowlTV Classic. Our position round will begin on 1 and 2. We will have positions 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be on lanes 1 and 2, and then we'll go down the line. So give us just a few moments.
All right, folks. Position round time coming up next here on BowlTV from the BowlTV Classic, the final event of the PWBA Summer Classic Series from the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith alongside Curtis Von Kruger, Jason Thomas, and Matt Cannizzaro. We are ready for this. 2 days worth of competition to get to this moment. Jillian Martin, the 17-year-old standout, is going to be bowling for the title later today. She's all but wrapped up the top seed, just a matter of final score. Verity Crawley in a great spot to make her third consecutive show here during the Summer Classic Series. She was the only player to make match play for all 3 events. And outside of something crazy happening, she's going to make a third consecutive show. And as we've talked about, may potentially take over the Player of the Year in doing so as well. Or take over the race for Player of the Year. We'll have those stats and more for you when we have our stepladder finals tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. Then we have Jordan Richard, Birgit Norreichs, who has already won an event this week, the Go Bowling Classic, the first event, and Diana Zavialova. That's who we think our top 5 are, but Jordan, Birgit, and Diana have some work to do. They're close. And then looming outside after a rough Game 7, looking to bounce back, is going to be Brianna Cote. Those are looking to be our top 6 heading into this final game. So for Cote, looking to make her second show. She made the IBC Classic show and won here in January at the ITRC Classic. Jordan looking for a second consecutive show as well. She was, or a second show overall. She was in the Go Bowling Classic. So a lot to determine here. As things tightened up in that final game, a great game from DZ to get right back into the mix and get into the top 5. And folks, while we have the opportunity, because we are in between games, let's go ahead and, you know what time it is. It's giveaway time, folks. We got a Bowl TV t-shirt going to one lucky Bowl TV viewer. If this is your first time joining us, thank you first and foremost for becoming part of the Bowl TV community. The giveaways work pretty easily. You'll see a prompt in the bottom left-hand corner of your video screen that says a giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. It'll count down for right about 60 seconds. And then after that, in the very same spot, you'll see a new prompt that says the giveaway has begun with a submit entry button right next to it. And all you have to do is click submit entry. You are entered for the opportunity to win. We do recommend, if you are watching in full screen mode, to take this opportunity now to go ahead, take it out, make sure you can see the chat and all the good stuff. But Bowl TV t-shirt. Just a quick moment here for one lucky Bowl TV viewer.
And Schmergus Schmon Schmooger, the front runner for that Bowl TV t-shirt. Come on, no relation. No relation.
No relation at all. Schmergus.
Joan, a hummingbird would be happy to have a fraction of Jillian's energy as well. She puts a lot out there. It's good stuff. And to answer the other question, does 7th and 8th have a chance? I think they will. I think it's going to be pretty tight through probably 7 or 8. We'll get the scores out here obviously as soon as possible, and we'll get a more clear picture of who's got to do what and how it's got to go down. But all the math is about to happen.
We love math, and we love giveaways.
That's when I wish I had Mike Edwards sitting behind me there, Aaron Smith.
Getting you the numbers.
Getting me the numbers. Or Joe Giacone. I've never seen two people better at it than those two.
Joe C. in the truck.
Yes.
Quite the experience.
It is. It is. Absolutely. I've had a chance to work with him a couple of times running on the production truck. And he knows every situation out there, and he can pull out stats and figures and numbers and things that are just absolutely insane.
All right. I just remembered. I was thinking we'd be on 5 and 6 because of how the other events work, but we got 8 on a pair, Curtis. This gets even better.
Yeah,
let's go.
All you need, need is channel 1, bro.
That's all we need. My goodness, unreal energy right now. I am.
You pumped? Are you pumped?
I'm getting over pumped now. This is.
You got a brown bag?
Oh, whew.
I have an Arby's bag right here.
An Arby's bag. Oh, Arby's sounds delicious right now, by the way. Unreal energy right now coming through. This wow, yeah, that was that's what happens in game 68 of the week. You get riled up and you forget about small details like that, like having everybody all on one. Oh,
yeah, absolutely. Like this is all the action you could ask for right here, lanes 1 through 4.
I did not know I could get this jacked in game 68 of the week. But I am. I'm ready.
You should be. I'm ready. What do you think? It's another reason why this has just been us barreling toward a black hole of excitement here. And we're about to, supernova our way through an absolutely cosmic finish, if you will. And I am ready for it. I'm here for it. So many storylines we have to talk about here. So many different contingencies that can happen here. You look at several people going for their second title, multiple people going for their second title. Verity, Jordan, Birgit, Brianna, all going for their second title of the year. Diana Zavjalova going for her first. Jillian Martin going for her first ever title and a historic victory, if that were the case, to be the youngest player to ever win. I think, and she would be the youngest player to ever win on either tour.
That's a fair point. We do know that was Norm Duke.
Yes,
on the PBA tour side. Yep,
he still holds that. There's been a couple that have gotten close, but no one as of yet has been able to break through.
But as players are making their way, let's get this giveaway going. For the excitement, the unbridled excitement of position round is upcoming. So good luck, everybody. Look for that prompt in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and let's go. Let's take home a BowlTV t-shirt.
On 3 and 4, Debbie Oliver versus Brianna Cote.
But yeah, Jordan, you know, when we talked to her after the
1 and 2, we have Jillian Martin versus Verity Crawley.
After her stepladder final appearance a little bit earlier, you know, she mentioned some disappointment in how she performed. She felt her ball reaction was good enough to win. Love a second chance here.
3 and 4,
This week at the ITRC.
versus Aaron McCarthy. On lanes 5 and 6, Sydney Brummett versus Jen Higgins. Also on 5 and 6, Daria Coyote versus Ashley Rucker. On lanes 7 and 8, Valerie Bercier versus Liz Johnson. And we also have Kelly Kulik versus Dasha Kovalova. On lanes 9 and 10, Danielle McEwen versus Maria Jose Rodriguez. And joining them on 9 and 10, Lauren Pate versus Julia Bond. And on lanes 11 and 12, Stephanie Zavala versus Rocio Restrepo. And Giselle Haas versus Tanya Ron. All right, ladies, please report to your pair. And we'll have 5 minutes of warm-up.
All right, 5 minutes of warm-up will help get us going here. So everybody, this is your last chance to stretch before we get into the craziness that is the position round here at the BowlTV Classic. I want to give a shout out to Roy Hill, taking home a BowlTV t-shirt. Roy, be on the lookout for an email from our marketing team soon to redeem your prize. Congratulations, and big thanks to everybody for participating and being part of the BowlTV community. Got less than 5 minutes left until we are back at it here for the final game of match play at the PWBA BowlTV Classic.
We have all the matches set. We're waiting for some hard numbers here so we can start ruminating over the possibilities of who has to do what in order to make a run at this. We know that Diana Zavyalova is the number right now to beat. Brianna Cote is sitting right outside of that number. Mukotani, regardless of what Mukotani does here, she has had a fantastic showing and a fantastic week. Coming out of the PTQ, putting herself in the top 24. Has a pop to make it into the stepladder final going into the last game. That is in anybody's book, that is a victory. That shows that you belong out here. And we hope to see a lot more of Misaki Mukotani moving forward out here on the PWBA Tour.
And I do know that she's going to be at the PWBA Spokane Open. She is on the roster for that. So
nice. That is awesome. And Larry, yes, that is relatively standard practice for a position round. They get a few minutes of practice just to kind of shake the rust off a little bit from a little bit of a break. And move in from there. As soon as these standings are updated, we'll let everybody know what the situation is, and we'll let you know that you can go to the PWBA website and check out those standings updates as soon as they hit. A lot of moving parts happening right now. Trying to get everything situated and ready to go for the start of this last position round. The final qualifying game of the summer series. Michael, the flags you see hanging, coincidentally, and I had this conversation earlier with one Verity Crowley, because she asked me, well, why isn't there an England flag flying? And it was a fair question. It was a very fair question. And the answer to that is the flags are representative of every country that has trained in the ITRC. So we say, hey, Verity, come train at the ITRC, and you'll get your flag put up there. Simple as that. Okay, here's the numbers, folks. Diana Zavjalova at 560 over. She is 56 pins ahead of Brianna Cote. That means Brianna Cote would need to beat her by 57 pins. That's a pretty big jump right there. But here's the deal. Birgit Norrijks. Oh, she wouldn't have to beat her by 57 pins. She would need to beat her by 27 pins. But here's the deal. Birgit Norrijks is only at 561, and Jordan Richards is only at 585. So those numbers are still very attainable because one of those players is going to lose. So if Birgit Norrijks loses, Brianna Cote can catch her with the win. Diana Zavjalova can pass her even without winning. Right now, as it stands, Musaki and Aaron both need pretty big games in order to make the show. And Diana Zavjalova starts off with a very big strike.
For Misaki and Aaron, they would need a situation where Brianna won, but not by enough to get too far ahead of everybody else. So they're hoping for about a 190 to 180 match. The winner putting up a bit of a bigger number.
Well, we got another little celebrity in our chat. Annalise says, "Go, Jillian." Hey, Annalise, good to have you drop by here. Another pretty good bowler there, Aaron Smith.
Not too bad at all. Two-time junior gold champion. Got to watch her roll 300 at the junior gold championships as well last month in Indianapolis. Pretty awesome moment.
That was. Cheering a close friend on for victory. It's an exciting moment here. Annalise, another player that we could expect to see out here on the PWBA eventually, after college, of course. Brianna Cote starts off there with an 8 spare. If you're going to have the 7 spare, you're going to have that 7 pin spare, pick it up in the, drop it down in the first frame so you don't lose count. Here's our first look at Aaron McCarthy. That's a pretty solid strike. Oh, Brianna Cote carries one high on the head pin, trips out the 4. And another strike there for Jillian. We will see. I promise you, we will be there. Well, Aaron, are you gonna be on site there for the U.S. Open?
At the moment, I actually believe I will not be. So I think I'm still going to be taking care of business from right here at the BowlTV studio in Arlington, Texas.
Yeah, no, we need you holding down the home fort. I will be on site. I will be the eyes and ears at Double Decker Lanes in Roanoke Park, a great bowling center. It's going to be a fun time. And it is almost assuredly so that Jillian Martin will be the number 1 seed. Dinah Zavialova starting off with a double. Jordan Richard crosses over and carries a Brooklyn. And yes, Emil Williams will be at the U.S. Open looking for the 9 pin, doesn't get it. So we'll have Emil back in the booth here.
Birgit opening double. McCarthy early double. Uh-oh. First miscue for the players. In the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 range. DZ with a missed attempt on the 9 pin. Cote says, I'll take that. Turns in a double herself.
Yes, that's a little open that you need. If you're Brianna, you need to absolutely capitalize on that. And yes, Jillian, if she were to, any money that Jillian does earn throughout this event will go into her SMART scholarship account. So it will go to help pay for her college. So a wonderful thing. Help her get a wonderful education wherever she chooses to go. USBC is always committed to helping brighten the future of our young athletes. helping them pay for college and get the education they deserve to pursue whatever that is they want to pursue in life, whether that be a career in bowling or not. And Aaron, a overwhelmingly large majority of the athletes that bowl in programs like Junior Gold will never go out on the pro tours. So that is the height. College and Junior Gold will be the height of their competitive bowling careers, but it still helps them forge a future, and bowling is proud to be a part of that.
Excellent points there, Curtis.
Oh,
Bree.
wow.
We saw the little fist pump there, Bree.
We see you. That is a big time shot right there. All right, there's a couple little cracks in the armor by Diana. Brianna has the opportunity to jump on it. Aaron McCarthy says, hey, I'm going to do everything in my power to put myself into this conversation so far, and she's thrown the front three. Uh-oh.
Avoids the split. J-Rich clean through three.
We need a Jordan Richard looking for a bounce back here as Birgit Norikes throwing the front three at her. But she's not just bowling to beat Birgit. She's bowling to hold off bowlers underneath her like Diana and Brianna. So regardless if she wins this match or not, it's about positioning. And if Birgit beats Jordan, she would go ahead of Jordan in seeding. And the chop there by Verity, a little pretty shaky start there for Verity for through 4 frames. Oh, big comeback there. Big comeback there by Diana. Throws down the strike, shakes off an open in the 3rd frame. 257 possible for Diana. 290 still out there for Brianna. And a 4-6 there for Birgit Norikes. Yikes. All right, here comes Brianna stepping up in the 5th frame. Looking to build up a little bit of a lead here and a cushion. And leaves no doubt with that shot. Clean off her hand, gets it to float down lane, makes the corner and knocks 10 off the deck. And that is an impressive shot there for Brianna Kote. Of course, Brianna held a high series for a while, did she not, Aaron?
Correct.
But she is no stranger to high scores.
I believe that number, just want to verify, was 879, which is pretty good.
Takes me 2 series to bowl that.
Back in 2014.
And it was taken over by Liz Culkin, I believe.
Also correct.
Oh,
and
man.
Liz took it down and then tied it as well. So 890 and an 879 in Liz Culkin's resume there.
Oh, man, it's almost like I know things at times. Of course, Aaron Smith, you've forgot more bowling information than most people will know in a lifetime. Oh, Sarah Strickland says Bree has an 861 and 879.
I forgot about the 861. Yep, that's...
This is even more impressive. Both of them with an open.
The 861 was in the 2009-2010 season.
Diana Zavjalova. It's the struggle is real right now, but remember, if Jordan Richard beats Birgit Norrijs, all Diana would need to do to stay in the show is beat Birgit by at least 2 pins. She can lose the match. Brianna can go in and pass Diana Zavjalova with the win. And it looks like that she is heading toward that outcome right now. So the game we really need to be keeping an eye on is between Jordan Richard, Birgit Norrijs, and Diana Zavjalova. Aaron McCarthy can still bowl 279, can still pick up 100 pins. And a 610 there in the 6th frame. And you got to think that at this point in time, they're starting to run out of wood a little bit there, Aaron Smith.
Yeah, Misaki, just the 1 strike clean, but that is not going to do it in this situation. And for Aaron, would be able to get to plus 557 if she's able to convert this and strike out. So you look at the pace that everyone else is going at, you think they're going to be all right. So might have needed that hit and gone off the sheet for McCarthy in the 7-8 matchup.
Yeah, she'll still continue to throw them away. She's never going to give up. But time is running short. It looks like it is a 6-player race. 6 looking for 5. So 1 will be on the outside looking in as they wrap this final game up. I feel like this is a big frame for Jordan. She has an opportunity to take control of this match against Birgit after Birgit started with a big, well, a 2-4-10 there for Jordan. That means her max is 224.
Ooh.
Oh, if she doesn't pick this up, it would be 226.
Trip 4-9 for DZ. Big time hit there in the 7th. 237 her max score. Can Cote make it 6?
It's a big shot.
Oh,
no doubt. No doubt.
Cote. Wow.
That's a big. See if Jordan can pick this spare up and an open frame there for Jordan. Now 226, her max score. .245 still out there for Birgit. And it looks like Brianna is going to put a lot of work in early here. And the sky's the limit now for her. And she most certainly can accomplish the feat of beating. All she has to do is beat Diana Zavjalova or Birgit Norikes. She needs to beat Diana by 27 sticks. Obviously with the win. And she would need to beat Birgit by 28 if Birgit does not win. And both of those are still very, very possible. Diana can still bowl a 230.
And I think that's big to note here for, looking at as J. Rich gets that hit there, and kind of looking at, let's say Cote finishes this one off. And, obviously if she's in the 290s, she's making the show here.
Absolutely.
But if DZ gets a 237 with a loss plus 597, what do Richard and Birgit have to get to? And, for obviously one of them is going to get the win or the tie.
Big time shot there.
But if they don't get that, what kind of numbers do they need to get there? And for Jordan, that's still, 213 to be ahead of that win or loss.
So
and even more so for Birgit.
So she doesn't really have much wood to give left to give Aaron. She needs to rattle off a couple of strikes here to ensure her place on the show, regardless of what Birgit does.
Correct.
And Brianna just looks like she is in cruise control. Kick it into gear, drop the 10 out. Let's go.
I would have fully endorsed let's go there from Brianna if she just came over and ran and yelled it into the mic after that hit.
Absolutely. I feel like I robbed you a little bit there.
That's okay. That's
Aaron.
okay.
Trademark pending on that one from Aaron Smith. Oh, man. And Birgit throws down an important one. 245 still possible for Birgit. So say she gets the win. 45, that puts her at 606, 636. More than plenty. But she doesn't have to, she needs to continue to strike. As another mark drops that game down into the 220s, maybe the 2 teens if things keep going down. But so Birgit needs to continue to strike. And this could be the most important shot of Diana's tournament right here. That is not hyperbolic. That is truth.
Falls into the 2 teens without it.
She can get into the 230s with it. Oh, Birgit goes high. That leaves a 3-6 for her to convert. Now 220 only possible for Birgit. And Jordan can actually go ahead. She can bowl 226. Birgit can only bowl at 225. Diana lays it down. What a shot.
Wow.
That made my heart jump a little bit, Aaron Smith, and that is not me being sarcastic. That was an incredibly bold shot there by Diana. And it. See, this is why I love position round. Like, is your heart rate, if your heart rate's not 150 right now, you don't have the pulse.
I got goosebumps right now.
Absolutely. Brianna looking to, okay, she's got one to give there. She's got one to give there, obviously. It's almost assured that she will take the win. But say 60, say 58. Here's the situation, though. She has to win by a certain amount. So she doesn't have much more to give.
She needs the spare and a double. Huge double.
Oh, wow.
Jordan.
Jay Rich. Big time shot by some of the tour's biggest stars. And it is unfolding right before your eyes right now. None of us can math right now. It is.
I mean, and there's nothing tricky going on here. This is just absolute downright phenomenal shot making time here. That's what this is right now. This is game 24 on this pattern. These players have exhausted themselves physically, exhausted themselves mentally, and they are going places deep right now to make these unbelievable shots.
One insanely difficult pattern. So Brianna Cote can bowl a
268 still.
268 still possible for Brianna.
And if she does that, she would be ahead of DZ if she strikes out by 31, which would be enough to get the 30 and the 27 pins. So Bree can step up and double and get ahead of Diana.
If she does not, Diana can stay ahead in this match. But even if Diana does not win, it is not over for Diana. Although Jordan Richard just helped her out a lot right there.
203 her max score
a little bit.
Yeah,
because Birgit is the player that Diana wants to stay ahead, can try to stay ahead of.
Does DZ have one more in her?
That
Gonna
looks
push.
fine.
Oh no!
My gosh!
My goodness! You gotta be kidding me!
Goodness!
Oh,
that is, and then Birgit gets the leaner. Big time there for her, and that
opens the door for Cote.
So here's the deal. So Jordan Richard now can be on the outside looking in.
Cote, one more.
There it
Wow.
is.
What a game!
And it looks like Brianna Cote don't make this show.
She's done what she's needed to do. 216, the max for DZ after that absolutely brutal stone 7. So she's made up the difference. She's going to be in the 250s regardless.
So she is absolutely going to be on this show.
Cote is on the show.
So now it's Jordan Richard. So DZ, let's say DZ bowls a 216. That puts her at 76. That means that Jordan Richard needs to at least bowl a 193. So she needs a spare strike in the 10th frame to guarantee her spot on the show. Birgit, but here's the deal as well. Birgit needs the first hit in the 10th to guarantee a victory against
Jordan. Yep.
Against Jordan.
Well, no, she needs a mark. She can go 205. Best Jordan can get to is 203.
Oh, that is correct. So
but count gets in there then after the fact.
So a spare strike or spare 9 is what she would need. And those pins are important by Diana. That fill ball was important. She is a little devastated. The missed spare, Aaron Smith. The missed spare in the 3rd can absolutely absolutely be the deciding factor here for Diana Zavjalova. Great finish there by Brianna Cote, 268. That's going to give her 98 bonus pins. That's going to put her at 602. So Verity will stay. Obviously, Jillian Martin is going to stay. Verity's going to get the first win off of Jillian today. So the top two are going to stay the same. Brianna Cote is going to move somewhere into the top 5. Now the question is Jordan Richard, Birgit Norix, or Diana Zavjalova going to be the what 2 players out of those 3 are going to be on the show? Jordan needs them all. She needs every single pin here in the 10th frame.
A strike on the first shot would be big in consideration of getting around Zavjalova. Here's Jay Rich.
Good shot. Oh my gosh.
What my...
Oh my goodness.
Holy cow.
You couldn't throw it any better than that, Aaron. You absolutely could not throw it any better than that. So now the pressure is on Birgit. She needs a mark.
She needs to count here. Good. 9 will get ahead of
Diana.
Oh, we'll get ahead of Diana.
Yes. If she gets less than 9, Diana Zavjalova will pass her.
So
Okay.
Birgit's at 193. She's getting the win.
She's
So that's
getting the win.
591, even if she doesn't make it. So
She's on the show.
subtract 10. That's going to be enough. Jay Rich first. She's going to need to strike to get this by 1 pin.
A strike is
that
on
right?
the show. Yes, it is. That is correct. 192 was the number she needed. She can only give away 76. She's at 76, 85, 8 pins. So, yes.
If she leaves 9, they would be both
Minus
at
9.
566.
They put her at 74. So she needs to strike the tie.
No,
Right?
No, strike to take it by 1.
Strike takes it by win. Anything less is a tie, and we would have a roll-off.
Strike to take it by 1. This is it for the show. Jordan Richard.
Needs the strike.
Wow.
And there it is.
Holy cow.
Oh, my goodness.
How about the composure there after the stuff 8
To step
to
up.
reset and just absolutely pure it.
Wow.
I'm not sure if she realizes it yet. She was unbelievably cool, calm, and collected, but you see it on the scoreboard, 77 to 76. Birgit gets the 30 on top of that, 593.
So she's going to be in 3rd.
She's going to be in 4th. Cote got around her.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a huge game. Seeding. Absolutely major. Oh, my goodness.
I'm
So
exhausted and I
8-pin.
need a nap after that. Holy cow.
The 8-pin doesn't matter. Ultimately doesn't matter. But it could have.
It could have.
And you think about the brutal Diana threw a perfect shot the first hit in the 10th. But it doesn't come down to that because she shouldn't have been in that circumstance anyways, Aaron Smith. She missed a makeable in the 3rd frame. And everybody might point to that 10th frame. But had she made the makeable, it would have never been an issue. And that's why we had somebody say earlier, manage the pocket, pick up your spares. Manage the pocket, pick up your spares. And that's what it's like. And it came down to that. It never fails. After all these games, all these match play games, all these bonus pins, it came down to one single solitary pin. And you know she'll be thinking about where she could have gotten that pin throughout every game of match play this round. And a heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking day for Diana Zavjalova, who had absolutely bowled incredible and falling one pin short.
Absolutely crazy.
But one player that has not fallen one pin short in any way, shape, or form, and actually has put a lot of pins on the scoreboard this week and especially today. She went 7-1, only lost one game to Verity Crawley at the end, and it didn't matter. Jillian Martin's going to join us here for a nice little discussion and talk about her historic day today and what she's looking forward to as she marches to the leading spot here as we go for a stepladder final later on today.
So right now, unofficially, our top 5: Jillian Martin, Verity Crawley, Brianna Cote, Birgit Norrijks, and Jordan Richard by a single pin after 24 games. Bonus pins over Diana Zavjalova. Here is the
your number 5 seed from Mommy, Ohio, Jordan Richard. Her opponent in the opening match, our number 4 seed from Germany, Birgit Norrijks. The winner of that match will face our number 3 qualifier from Tucson, Arizona, Brianna Cote. The winner of that match will go on to face our number 2 seed from England, Verity Crawley. And the winner of that match will face our tournament leader, all the way from Stowe, Ohio, our amateur Jillian Martin. Congratulations to our top 5 athletes for our stepladder finals of the PWBA BowlTV Classic. Our stepladder finals will begin at 8 p.m. tonight, so I hope you all return to watch the exciting conclusion of our PWBA.
There's going to be a lot of discussion, lots of discussion about Diana Zavjalova. And again, it's a heartbreaking loss. It's a heartbreaking circumstance. But it again proves a point. You can't control your bad hits. You can't control leaving an 8-pin every once in a while, leaving a 7-pin, lower 7-10 when they come. But one thing you can most certainly control is picking up your spares. So that'll be one of those things we'll have plenty of time to talk about in the future. But as promised, this young lady has bowled an incredible tournament. We're incredibly excited to have her in our booth. Jillian Martin.
All right, folks, we'll bring Jillian into the booth in just a moment here on BowlTV.com. Looks like she is all set and ready to go. So, Jillian, hello. Congratulations on a fantastic performance here. You're the top seed for the BowlTV Classic. You just put up a 20-4 match play record. Just talk to us about the last 2 days and just the craziness of putting together a run like that against the best bowlers in the world.
Yeah, so honestly, it's just been really fun just trying to go out there, be me, make good shots the whole time. So we had a couple of shots there. I know I lost a couple of matches on spares, which kind of sucks. But at the end of the day, I tried to do me, and it worked out pretty well. So I'm pretty excited and happy with it.
Certainly so. Just a fun stat, because we were talking about it earlier. Your record in match play so far over the course of this event and the Kickoff Classic Series now 51-24-1. So that's a pretty amazing record. And when you look ahead at these matches, and how do you approach a head-to-head match? You've been so good in these situations, finding ways to win close matches, getting the clutch double when you need it, or making the split in a couple of circumstances. Just tell us how you approach these matches, and what do you feel gives you an edge in a head-to-head situation?
Yeah, so I think for me, it's been one of those things that's kind of been up and down. But at the end of the day, like after being here in January, I just kind of figured out what seems to work for me. And that's just sticking to my process and making good shots, as I said before. And at the end of the day, I also try to find those key shots in matches. It may be the shot where you're on a strike and your opponent's on a double. And that way, if you can get another strike to put yourself on a double, then it's going to be closer as you get to the end, and you're going to at least give yourself a chance to get it done. And that's what I just try to do.
Now, looking ahead to a couple hours from now, it looks like we got about a little more than 2.5 hours to showtime. You've made the step ladder before. You've been in the championship match. This is your first time, though, on the PWBA Tour as the top seed. How do you feel, as the matches are going on? How do you plan to kind of stay loose, stay ready, and keep that energy level that we've seen all day going for that one more game for a chance at a title?
Yeah, so I think we obviously have the practice pair, so I'll be over there throwing some shots, just trying to see what I can get off there, and then just coming on the lane and practicing when I can, trying to get a good read on it, and obviously watching other matches, seeing where people are playing, how they're doing, all that good stuff, and then at the end of the day, just coming out there and doing all I can do to try to give myself a chance to win.
All right, one final question for you. How much fun is this?
It is very fun. It's been very exciting, so I'm super stoked to be out here and just thankful for the opportunity.
All right, Jillian, we are going to let you get ready. We will see you on BowlTV tonight, the top overall seed for the BowlTV Classic Final. Congratulations on a phenomenal showing here, and best of luck in the title match.
Thank you.
All right, folks, Jillian Martin's going to be our top seed. The 17-year-old standout from Stowe, Ohio, junior Team USA member, is back here at the kickoff, or at the Summer Classic Series. We saw the great run at the Kickoff Classic. She is proving no joke. She's taking care of business here and is one win away from making history on the PWBA Tour. However, Verity Crawley, Brianna Cote, Birgit Norreichs, and Jordan Richard have different thoughts about who they want to see in the winner's circle today. So we are going to see that later, coming up in just a couple hours, 9 p.m. Eastern time, 8 local time, here on BowlTV at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas, the BowlTV Classic Finals. And, looking ahead to that show tonight, obviously so many storylines. We could talk about this for hours, the storylines that are going to be involved. We could talk about Verity, potentially becoming the front runner for Player of the Year if she's able to win. For Brianna Cote, second win this season at the ITRC. Jordan Richard looking for her third career title. Birgit, a second title this week after winning the Go Bowling Classic. It's going to be phenomenal. You're not going to want to miss it. And we're going to let you folks know right now as well. Calling the show tonight is going to be Dave Lamont joining us once again. He's been with us for a couple of stops so far this season. He's going to be joining, as well as Kelly Kulik will be back on the show. So I know you folks are looking forward to seeing Kelly one more time. We're looking forward to having Kelly join us once again. So that's what's coming up, 9 p.m. Eastern. We know you'll be here to watch the end of the BowlTV Classic. So we're going to go ahead and take this opportunity to start prepping for the show. And we look forward to seeing you on BowlTV one more time. But big thank you, as always, to the USBC and the BPAA and their board of directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider, our PWBA Tour athletes. You want to talk about a show, you want to talk about a crazy finish, just phenomenal. It's just amazing to watch these athletes compete each and every week on tour. And it makes us so excited to be able to bring this content to you guys, the BowlTV fans, the BowlTV family. We love you. We love you being able to, experience this with us. We have so much fun bringing this action to you. So thank you for making this experience even more so what it is. Finally, the ITRC, our hosts this week, Nick Harishny and Lou Marquez, putting in the long hours, making sure the facility is top-notch for these phenomenal athletes. So thank you to Nick and Lou. Of course, the PWBA staff, to Neil Milligan, our director of operations, Cecil Scarborough as well, taking care of things for player services. So big thank you to them. All the IBC volunteers who've helped throughout the week as well. Can't do it without the great support here at the IBC. And finally, the BowlTV crew. Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, Curtis Von Kruger, and I already forgot who I am. This whole ending was just phenomenal. I'm Aaron Smith, though. So we're going to be back one more time, folks, here at the Summer Classic Series, 9 p.m. Eastern, to crown a champion. You're not going to want to miss it. Tell your friends, share the good news on social media. Matt's sitting next to me right now doing that as we speak. So we're going to get prepped for this show, and it's going to be phenomenal. You're not going to want to miss it. You are going to want to be here on BowlTV for the BowlTV Classic, and we know you will. So until then, enjoy, rest up. I'm going to do that a little bit as well. And we will see you soon, 9 p.m. Eastern time, right here on BowlTV. And folks, remember, as always, on BowlTV, bowling lives here. See you soon.